doors open, kids find a safe space. That three gaming doc fights the grind each day. From the joystick low to the streets ballet. She's the voice that echoes the restless hum. Hardcore hero where the city drums. She drove out of Cali where the sun went red. Found a home where chaos and dreams are bred. The city roars but her wheels still roll. Streaming at night with a fierce heart soul. That three gaming dog fights the grind each day. From the joystick low to the streets ballet. She's the voice that echoes the restless hum. Hardcore hero where the city drums. They laugh, they cheer when her streams go live. Green glow shining, she makes them thrive. Kids in the morning don't see her night. She hides battles fought by screens, strange light. Driving their futures down bustling streets, filling small lives with the simple beats. She carries their dreams while chasing her own. Walking roads never leave her alone. She drove out of Cali where the sun went red. Found a home where chaos and dreams are bred. The city roars but her wheels still roll. Streaming at night with her fierce heart soul. They laugh, they cheer when her streams go live. Green glow shining, she makes them thrive. Kids in the morning don't see her night. She hides battles fought by screens, strange light. Driving their futures down bustling streets, filling small lives with the simple beats. She carries their dreams while chasing her own. Winding roads never leave her alone.
Well, greetings, gamers. This is Dr. Eileen, the Gaming Doc, and this is your place and your space, and my space. To laugh, to chat, to chill, to hang out, to take a moment, to take a break, to take a breath. And we have, and who is first but our very own Captain Firebeard, followed by my favorite foliage fruity leaves. Good morning, well, afternoon, or evening, as it applies to you. It is so lovely to be here with you, and I hope you're doing well. I hope you're, Fire Nutter, I hope that, your internet issues are all resolved now. And Fruity Leaves, I hope that your school is going okay and well, and you're finding joy in the things that you're doing, because it is important to find joy in things, even those things. I hate it. We got snow on Friday. Wow, my bad ankle is swollen again. Oh, sweetheart, I am so sorry. It's very rough when things don't allow you to do the stuff you want to do. And today we're going to be kind of talking about some stuff, and some stuff that has happened with me. That is, first off, I'm okay. I wasn't sure I was going to be. And it has to do with a medical test that I had done. And so we're gonna be talking about when you get whatever it is that you wanted, whatever it is you prayed for. When you get that answer, it opens up a lot of questions, including what you choose to do when it feels like you've been given a second chance. And I got a second chance. And we're going to talk about the changes that that brings in. And we've got Silver Wolf, afternoon little sis. Oh, how are you, my dear? And I am willing to bet we've got pictures of our favorite baby boy. Oh, goodness, which we will definitely get to. But first, we definitely have to acknowledge our first three champions across the gate coming in for the gold. Pulling in from the high seas, our very own Captain Firebeard Fire Nutter. Coming in for the silver, my favorite foliage, Fruity Leaves. And coming in for the bronze, we have got our amazing artist and dad and gamer and all around wonderful human being, Silver Wolf. Champions, please, just like at the Olympics, take your places on your risers, wrap yourselves in your national flags as we play your national anthems. And as we go to the picks, oh, we've got the big bro. Let me move me over here. We've got big bro and little bro. Oh goodness. He is just growing so quickly every day, looking more and more like dad. Oh, wow. Oh, what a sweetie. They grow so quickly. Kids just grow up in an amazing way. And I guess it is part of our legacy in life is the impact that we leave behind. And every life we touch, every moment we've had a chance to make the world a little bit more gentle, even if it's for one other person, even if it's for ourselves. And Fire Nutter Watch Streak is currently on a 3-stream streak. Yes. Hoping the snow melts by Monday so I don't have to walk to school. I'm not ready for that yet. I'm still mentally in summer. Oh, well, that's okay, sweetie. So, it is amazing because to me, and my day starts at 3 in the morning during the winter. I walk through the snow and go wait at the bus stop. And I mean, for me, there's a stillness in snow. There is a kind of a moment when you can get the cold almost makes things very clear. He's getting tall quick and knowing tech took my mobile whilst it was in selfie camera mode and took a selfie. Oh, baby's first selfie. 6-stream streak. Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh, and Silver Wolf, just be careful. A very dear friend of mine, her daughter was 5. Her daughter got angry at her. So her 5-year old got into her phone and erased all of her contacts. They can be very, very creative and also very vindictive. So make sure you keep that phone locked because and my friend could not believe that her daughter would consciously do that. He goes, well, maybe she was playing with it and it was actually, she goes, no, because her daughter walked in after she got mad at her. She put her phone down in front of my friend, gave her this look like, yeah, that's what you get, and walked out of the room. And that's when she picked up her phone and was looking at it and saw she had no contacts. A 5-year-old could do that. So, be very, very, very careful because you never know how good they are. She said she would have never believed that her daughter was capable of that. Mine needs passwords to erase contacts. Ding, ding, ding. Very good. Also backed up to 2 places. See, that is someone who has prepared. That is someone who knows. Good for you. It is, I have like my thumbprint on everything. So, it's like, yep. I mean, granted, Does that mean they have to take my thumb in order to get into my phone? I have two older kids, been there before. Oh, yeah. Ain't your first rodeo. Oh, Silver Wolf knows. Silver Wolf knows. And, being prepared for things. There's a saying, fail to plan, plan to fail. And yeah, with two older kids, oh yeah, I'm sure you've had all kinds of things. We had, oh my gosh, back in the day of the old Macintosh and the, where you slide in the little hard disk. Yeah, one day my sons went around and we had like refrigerator magnets, but see the little back part, the little magnet part would come loose, and they shoved magnets into the computer. And we all know how much computers love magnets. Yeah, we found a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in the VCR. So yeah, once you've had kids, you learn not to be attached to things. I think I only had like 2 hours of hard sleep and 6 hours of rest. Ah, well, it's good to be able to keep track of that. It is good to be able to have, and that's why I wear like my little monitor thing. I wear that, and mainly it's for steps, but the main reason I wear it is for at night because I can track exactly how much sleep I'm getting. And once you reach a certain age, health becomes important. And that is part of what has been going on with me. And this was something I didn't want to bring up on stream actually until I got the test results. um I was concerned. I had reason to be concerned about a possible issue that needed to be dealt with by a mammogram. And having lost both my mother and my sister to breast cancer, and having had to have had a biopsy before, when something came up, and it had been way too long since I had had a mammogram. And I figured, it's like, not worry about it, not worry about it. And I detected something that was concerning. And it's very interesting what goes through one's mind when you have watched two people you love go through a particular process and then have to say goodbye. And it brings a lot of things to mind. It brings to mind that, okay, what support will I have? What could happen? And it's very difficult not to go to worst case scenarios. And I had to kind of deal with that, but I didn't want to say anything publicly until I had the test. And just to let you know, I had the test and everything's fine. And I was so, because it's like one of those, things on that you can pull up on your phone. And I received a message that there were test results in. And it took me a little bit to be willing to go in and look at the results, because I felt that basically my entire future was down to opening one message and having to deal with the concern of what I might find and what that would mean for me. And so I took my time. I took my time and I kind of sat with it for a little bit and had that discussion with myself. No matter what, I'm okay. No matter what that test result says, in this moment, I'm okay. And I realized I had choices and that I would just, I would go into doctor brain going, okay, a diagnosis is just the beginning. And if it did go in that direction, I knew that I have support, I have people who care about me, I have a safe environment to be in. I started thinking about, the effect on my job and all of that. And, I let myself be scared because that was a very reasonable thing to feel. And I just sat with that fear for a little bit. And, thinking it's like, okay, this could be fine. So I decided when I was ready and I opened it up, and when I saw that everything was fine, that I was perfectly healthy, that there were some very normal, you know, densities, tissue densities that for a woman my age were perfectly normal. And it was weird because I had to sit with that result for a little bit. It's almost like there was a part of me that was gearing up for, the worst case scenario. And it took a little time to just kind of sit with it. I read it multiple times, to make sure. And the idea that, you know, I got the answer I prayed for. But then it almost opened up more questions. It's like, okay, what do I want to do with this? Because it wasn't just about, oh, okay, I'm fine, moving on. And for something that I have such a family history with, that I have such an emotional history with, I had been through the fear of having to get a biopsy and sitting and waiting for the results and being told you're fine. And, thinking, okay, what would have happened if, and then I told myself that wasn't an effective use for my energy. It wasn't effective for me to consider, well, what would have happened if, and I decided that now that I know I'm fine, now that I know, barring an accident, I've still got a lot more years. I wanted to make some choices. So I've made choices that focus on my health. And while I've been working on, getting more in shape and all of that, I still felt like I was kind of taking it lightly. And after this experience, I realized it's time for me to take it seriously and to take, you know, whatever time I have seriously, and to increase my efforts and my focus on being the healthiest person that I can possibly be, from diet to exercise to stress management to, all those pieces. And the thing is that when you're kind of faced with something that is like, okay, this could be, the beginning of the end. This could be the beginning of a process that I already have experienced and watched people go through, and it's not pretty. And being able to accept that, and it was a pretty scary moment for me. I mean, to consider, okay, and it was funny because part of it was considering how to say goodbye to all of you. And, I mean, your brain goes to very weird places. And while I was waiting for the test results, I actually was thinking, how would, if it goes badly and if it turns out that I don't have that much time, what if it's progressed? What if it's one of those that, really don't show a lot of symptoms until it's really bad? And that was how it went with my sister. And I actually considered how I would say goodbye to all of you. And, it's funny where your mind goes. And I wanted to let it go there. I decided that it was not healthy for me to just go, well, I'll just pretend like nothing's happening. because something very big was happening inside of me. And I considered not even saying anything about it in the stream. And I felt like it was important because this is a part of life. And this stream is about learning how to manage those parts of life. This was a storm that I wasn't sure I could find the eye of. And I did. I did by being very genuine with it. And sometimes when, we have to face something that we don't want to face, when, something comes up that literally could mean, okay, my time in this world is coming to an end. I'm on a countdown. The clock's ticking. And I remembered how my sister faced that because she was only 28 and she passed at 34. And, I'm blessed to have made it 63 years. And I consider myself even more blessed to be making it further, to be making it more, and to be given a chance. Because I do see this as being given a chance to be more serious and to be more silly, to focus more on the things I need to do. Even if I'm kind of lazy about it, I also can celebrate it. I don't have to figure out how to live even healthier than I am. I get to. And this is one of those major I get to moments. And, we're not going to talk about this in the whole stream, but I really felt like this was something that I wanted to bring out because, there's a lot of people in this community who have faced situations where it was, that things could have gone badly. And as courageous as all of you have been about sharing things about your health, about all of that, I felt that I would be a hypocrite if I didn't share something that was very scary for me. Because it's not so much about scary health things that happen and getting that test result that says you're going to be fine when there was a part of you that was really fully prepared to get bad news. And the process that I went through to be able to say, no matter what, I will be okay until I'm not. And that, it was, and again, during the days when I was waiting for the test result, I did think about my mom and my sister a lot. I thought about how much I worked to take care of them and how, my first thought was, who's going to take care of me? I'm alone. And while I sat with that for a little bit, I realized I'm not alone. I have two wonderful housemates that I know would be there for me and that I would receive compassion, that I would receive support, that I would receive all the things I needed, including understanding. And when I saw that I would be okay, when I saw the test result, that had frightened me for so long. And like I said, I had steeled myself for the worst possible news. And it was almost, I guess, a little bit of a shock because I wasn't disappointed that I was going to be fine. I was very happy that I was going to be fine. But there was a part of me that it's like that adrenaline had kicked up. Oh my God, winter brings sinus issues. When I saw that the test result was there and I intentionally gave myself time to wait to actually look at it, to go, okay, it's all right. I'm going to be all right. And that place of being able to accept whatever it was that test result said that I wasn't helpless and that it did not, whatever that result was, it did not define me. And I think it was important to give myself, because I think sometimes we do need to give ourselves that space to go, okay, all right, let's get it out of the way. We're going to address the elephant in the room. What if it goes badly? What if that test result says something that I don't, want to hear? And I really focused on the fact that one, I have knowledge, I have information. And just by having information, it means I'm not helpless. And depending on what the results were going to be, I would have choice. I would always have choices. And now that the result came back, and it came back, letting me know that I'm okay, that what I feared is not going to manifest now. And, one of my major choices is the fact that I am going to be very, very focused on monitoring my health and doing the things that I need to do to take care of my health. Sorry, blowing nose. So, and that's part of why I wanted to bring it up, not, to go, oh, wow, this really bad thing almost happened and I was really scared about it. It's about what comes afterwards. What comes after the scary moments? What comes after the concern and the adrenaline and telling myself every possible story of, what what might happen and what the future might hold. And now that I can move forward and when you do get something, even when it's the solution you want, even good things can create stress. And realizing that, what I went through, it's very important. It's not just, oh, I got the results, now we pretend like it never happened. No, it happened. And I know that I'm going to still kind of be working through it, because the idea is that there's a lot in this for me to learn. There's a lot of ways that I can grow from this. And just moving forward as if nothing happened is not how I grow. It's not how any of us grow after we have something big that happens. Something that is almost like standing at a crossroads. It's almost like the old riddle. There's two doors in front of you. One leads to certain death and one leads to, safety. And in a weird way, it was like standing in front of those doors. And I knew that no matter which door I ended up walking through, I wasn't helpless. I had choice. And now I'm using that experience, remembering, I want to remember what it felt like. I don't want to just go, oh, okay, dodged a bullet, we're good. I want to remember what that felt like, that concern, that, wow, this really lets me know I need to take better care of myself. I'm doing good. I'm doing okay. My weight is going down and I feel healthier and I'm sleeping better. And there's still more I can do. So this is now about me making choices. And it feels really good to be able to make choices. It feels good to know that, while I can move forward, I can transform fear. Because remember, all of our emotions have two sides. One side of fear is the terror that paralyzes us and takes away our ability to choose and makes us reactive. The other side of fear is wisdom and discernment and learning through a process. And what I learned was that I am, one, very lucky. Two, I am more aware for that experience, and I'm not going to waste it. I am not going to waste the life that I feel that I've been given, that the opportunity to move forward and to improve and to be better and pay attention and do things like, because as soon as I finish this stream, I'm using my neti pot. So being able to do that, and I know that, this is kind of an extended rant, and I will get to the chat. I just wanted you all to know that, first off, that this experience happened because, like I said, you all are so brave and so honest and so authentic to share the things that you're going through and the challenges that you're going through. It would be hypocritical of me not to do the same. And for something that was as important to me and as scary for me, and not wanting to talk about it. Well, there were points when I wanted to bring it up, but I knew it wasn't a good thing to do because it was hard enough for me to sit in the uncertainty. I wouldn't do that to you. And had it gone the other way, I would have explained it. We would have talked about it. And I knew either way I was going to talk about it. But I didn't want to talk about it with big question marks. And so now it's about, what do we do now? And for those of you who are going through, maybe not that type of thing, but have ever felt that you were at a crossroads, ever felt that you were at a place where you've been given another chance, where another opportunity exists. And maybe it's just you wake up in the morning. Maybe it's just that. And being able to say, okay, where do I go from here? Because I have been gifted with choice. If the test had gone the other way, I would have still had choice, but my choices would not have been the same. They would have been a bit more restricted. But now I've got a world of choices, and it feels really good. And it feels like a heavy responsibility because now I don't have an excuse. I can't pretend like, I'm just going to go on as normal, because I'm not. This has rewritten something inside of me, and it's done it in a good way. Because now being more conscious, being more aware, and I goof around and I can be silly. And I'm 63. And I would love to have another 30 years. And I think that it's important to make those years as empowered and as capable as I can, which means I have to make choices now. I can't make those choices later, because I realize just how quick options can be taken away from me. So, that's something that I really feel it's an important thing to explore. What do you do next? What are the plans? What are the opportunities? Do we dwell on, what the worst case scenarios could be? Do we focus on all the ways that we feel helpless? Or do we decide whatever options we have, we're going to make choices in them? We're going to choose to do the most we can with what we've got to work with. What I've got to work with is a, aging senior physical form and a family history that I do have to pay attention to. So, all right, so let's catch up with the chat. Oops, I think I shut down a server with my nuke build on Shadowvis. Also, banana, just because I wanted to randomly mention food. Happy Sunday. Hope you're doing well. Lurking Psyduck, my favorite Pokemon. Actually, I am doing well. I am doing really, really well. And I've got decisions to make, which I'm over this weekend. I'm working on making. I found a dish. Ah, Doc will love. It's hachi, a Dutch beef stew with caramelized onions. Okay, we are going to Google that because I want images. I want hachi. Is it hachi makin? Hachi. Well, we'll just Google that. Images. Ooh, ooh. Is this it? Is this it? I see the caramelized onions. And what is that? Mashed potatoes? Ooh, that looks so. Why am I seeing a couch? Wow. Is that beef? That looks delicious. Oh my gosh. Ah! I love red cabbage. Now that looks like an absolutely perfect, perfect winter, you know, cold winter day food. Oh my gosh, I would love that. You are absolutely right. I would love that. Oh my god. Oh yeah, beef stew. Oh, and over mashed potatoes. Yes, it's a winter dish. Everybody, welcome in Chromia. Ah, the past doesn't determine who you are. You can be what you want. Yourself to be feared shouldn't hold an iron grip on your decisions in life. Chromia, first off, please go put that in inspiring thoughts in the Discord. Oh my gosh, it's been a hot moment. How are you, my dear? I hope you're walking gently with the world and the world is walking gently with you. Oh my goodness. Uh, did you see my update was making coffee? Ah, let me go back and look. Uh, Shoulder awaiting ultrasound, then depends on results from that keyhole surgery instead of full open surgery. Nice. Well, there is nothing like, waiting for results, and and many of you know what that means, to have to sit and wait for test results. And and there's a lot we can learn during that time. And for me, as I mentioned earlier, for me, waiting for the test results to tell me whether or not, I might have cancer. I, and you go through the stages of grief. And, that can vary in different ways and in intensity. You know, denial, anger, depression, acceptance, or denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. And I went through all of them in less than a week. And it was, getting the results saying that I'm okay. And, as I said, I when the app showed me that I had test results, I started off scared. I didn't want to look at it. I As long as something's not confirmed, it's always possible that it'll be okay. And in my mind, it was leaning into, oh my gosh, what if I'm right? What if I do have this? And, remembering my mother and my sister and what they went through with it. And yet there was something inside of me that said, okay, all right, if the answer that the test is positive, we still have choices. We're not helpless. And if it turns out that it's negative, which it did, it turned out that, the test results came back negative. And I can't honestly say that my first instant reaction was happy. My first instant reaction was kind of, okay. And, it was a very odd thing. If you've ever received test results for something that was really important for you or for a loved one, and you had that first moment, it was like, because a part of me had already started getting used to the idea that it would say it was positive, because I felt that I was preparing myself for it, so that if it happened that that's what the results were, that maybe it would hurt less. And it was it was weird how I almost like didn't believe it at first. And then it's like, okay, 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 no, this is real. I'm fine. I'm good. I've still got a lot of life left. And that's when, the big question that I faced was, okay, what do I want to do with this experience? And what I knew I didn't want to do was just pretend like it was nothing, because it was something. It was a very big something. And I knew that as scary as it was, and as painful as it was, and going through the memories that I went through, as painful as that was, I knew there was a gift in this for me. And the gift is taking better care of myself, being more serious about my health, not being so casual, not being, I mean, it doesn't mean I'm going to swear off, oh, I'm never going to eat candy again and I'm never going to do this, because, hey, life is about occasionally treating yourself to things. And things like, I've decided that I am going to start weight training, that I'm going to find, there's lots of local, like little small gyms, and I'm going to start weight training. And I've always been curious about it, like lifting weights and stuff. And I do feel my upper body strength, while it's okay, I feel like I want it to be better. And I know that that's a part of things like, improving my diet, looking at things that relate specifically to a woman my age. Because, you can look at different diets and stuff, but, there are certain things that are specific to certain age groups that I need. And being able to take a look at that and go, okay, what is the best way that I can take care of me? Yeah, I want to lose weight. And there's more to health than just how much you weigh. There's some very thin, very unhealthy people. So it's about, you so funny. I've been through some shiza and busy with responsibilities, but most importantly, I've had to overcome several fears, knowing who I need to cut off so they don't worsen my life. Oh, Chromia, that is huge. That is, and very, very, very proud of you for looking at an experience, because obviously there were experiences that were related to this. And rather than just kind of staying stuck in the experience, you're making a conscious choice for the future. It's like, where do I go from here? And that can be one of the most important decisions that we make. I mean, we can decide to just stay where we are, to just, okay, well, this is, there's a saying that the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. And there's a certain comfort even in toxic, dysfunctional situations. If that's what you're used to, that's what feels familiar. And there's a weird kind of safety in it because you know what to expect. It's like when people stay in toxic relationships and then they manage to get out of the relationships and they find another relationship that's just as toxic. And I've mentioned before that I know someone who had been in like one toxic relationship after another, and then finally found someone, a guy who treated her like a queen. He did everything for her. He would give her gifts. He was constantly complimenting her and encouraging her and telling her how amazing she was. And he sent roses just because she was having her menstrual cycle. Sent her a dozen red roses at work just because she was on her period. And she dumped him. And the next guy she went with was tremendously toxic. And we were talking, and it's like, you know what, I'm not gonna, I mean, there was a part of me that really wanted to tell her about herself, but I realized that she had a lot of people willing to do that. And if I was going to be in that space with her, I had to just listen. And she talked, and she said honestly that everybody was giving her a bad time because she found this amazing guy, and everybody could see he loved her, and she dumped him. And I asked her, I said, do you know why? And she paused for a long time, and she said, because it felt so uncomfortable being in a relationship with someone who treated me that way. I couldn't deal with it. I understand how to manage a world with a toxic person. It feels familiar. It feels comfortable because that's what I know. And she felt this huge insecurity of being with someone who was the total opposite. And I got it. I understood it. And I accepted that that was her reason. And, I didn't give her anything bad about that. And, the same thing can be with, sometimes health issues, that there are people who just kind of stay in it because it's what feels comfortable. Because change is, rarely comfortable. It is rarely comfortable to change. And it can be scary because it opens up the unknown. And, part of the process that I went through during this time that I was waiting for the test results was, wow, I went out of my way to try to feel better, to try to be healthier, and then this happens. As if all of my efforts meant nothing. And I had to sit with that I was basically saying, it's like, see, it was stupid of me to try to improve my health because now this happens. It's like, first off, and there was a part of my brain that had to go, okay, time out, pump the brakes. We don't know what that test result's going to show. So we can't, already say that whatever efforts we did make were pointless. Well, now it is, it's like, okay, it wasn't pointless. And I realized that I had already started to set the groundwork for this next big step. Because now I'm not starting off at zero trying to figure out how to, become healthier, to be healthier. It's like, okay, I've already taken a lot of steps, and I am proud of me for the steps I've taken. Now I get choice as to do I stay kind of floating around with it, or do I address it with more purpose? Do I become deliberate in what I want? And I had to actually ask myself, it's like, okay, now that I have choice, what do I want? Because, see, that's part of the thing about realizing you have choice. It's like, choice to what? And you have choice to do anything you want to do. It's just about really nailing down what you want, because your choices are going to be based on that. And, if the choice is to leave a toxic situation, okay, what's the next level of what I want? What do I want to replace that in my life? What do I want that will make me happy? What do I want that will give me a lasting different outcome than what I have now? Got through my blood test without crying. Good for you. They couldn't find my veins, so they had to poke 2 holes, but it went by, and my dad gave me 17 euros because I was so brave. Normally I'd get 15. Good for you, sweetie. Very, very proud of you because, again, that was a choice. That didn't, you not crying didn't happen randomly. That was you making a choice. All right, I don't like this. It bothers me, and I am going to deal with it. I am going to manage it in the best way that I can because this is something that I need. It's not fun. You know, life is fun until it isn't, and it sucks until it doesn't. That's a sucks till it doesn't part. But that doesn't mean that what sucks isn't good for you, isn't ultimately going to serve you. Because in fact, some of the stuff that sucks the most holds the greatest gifts for us. Consistency is always better than randomness. Yeah. And, you know, and that's really a decision that a lot of people have to face. Figuring out what it is that they ultimately want. You know, my first thing was I wanted to lose weight. But what did that mean? And it's like, okay, I want to lose weight so I can be healthier. Okay, but why do I want that? Why do I want to be healthier? And that may sound like a dumb question, but I had to ask myself that, and especially after this recent experience, when I saw that I was going to be fine, that there was no sign of anything that would be a problem, I asked myself again, what do I want? I want another 30 years. I want to dance at, you know, my grandbaby's weddings. I want to be there for my sons for as long as I can possibly be there. I want to be a famous actress. And in order to do that, I have to be healthy. I have to, you know, really be able to stand up to the demands of what it is I want to do. And when we really look at what we want and then peel back those layers, going, okay, why do I want that? Well, I want that because of this. Well, why do I want that? And taking it all the way down to the heart of what I want. I want to live a life that's worth living. I don't want to just exist. I want adventure. I want fun. I want to travel. I want to do all those things that, well, maybe that my sister and my mom never got to do, especially my sister. You know, I want to live for all of us and to have a life for all of us. So, you know, being able to recognize that in everything lies choice. You can't choose what other people do. You can't choose how other people treat you. You can choose what you want to do with that without judgment. And as the, you know, the young woman who I mentioned earlier, she chose toxicity. And once she realized that that was why, because that is what, in a weird way, she felt safe because it was a world she knew and a world she understood. So, yes, consistency. There's a lot to be said for that because in randomness, on one hand, in randomness lies infinite possibility. It also has the capacity for things going sideways horribly. But you can't predict it in that randomness. And being able to, I mean, I guess in a way, if my test results had gone the other way, it would have made things more concise. You know, it's like walking into an ice cream shop that has 3 flavors versus one that has 31 flavors. And I guess in a way that's how I feel. I expected, there was a part of me that was like, okay, I'm only going to have this limited little box of choices. I only have 3 ice cream flavors to pick from. And I've got to make the best I can, with that. And suddenly I feel like I've walked into, an entire room full of ice cream flavors, and I get to pick what I want to do with it, rather than walking into a restaurant where they only make one dish and that's what you have to have. I've walked into a buffet that has everything I could possibly want. And there was a certain kind of weird scariness to the fact that, okay, maybe I do get another 30 years. What do I want to do with it? And why do I want those things? So it is. It's almost like there is no wrong answer, because it's whatever feels right for you in this moment. And Chromia, you're looking at a lot of very big variables, possibilities. No matter what choice you make, there's going to be a huge number of possibilities with it. And it is about asking those questions. The biggest one being, what do I want? And even more importantly, why do I want that? And the more specific we get, I believe that, you put certain things out into the universe and it does create an effect. And I also believe that the universe has always met me halfway, and I have to be clear in what I want. I have to be clear in what is the outcome I'm looking for, and why. Why do I want that? Even, the idea of streaming. It's like, okay, if it goes bad, am I going to have the energy to stream? Am I going to have the ability to stream? Good morning. Madam Sarcasm. Our mother truckin' mother. Yes, good morning. Good morning, my dear. So, and it is a good morning. And now that I know that I do have more choices than I thought I had, last week, and being able to accept that, I mean, and it was weird how it actually took me a day to accept that the test results came back the way they did, and that I had more time. And and it was very strange to carry that alone, from the time I took the test to, the I mean, really from the time that I thought something was wrong. And then, I kind of waited around to take the test. And then deciding, making a conscious choice not to bring it up with anybody. I mean, I didn't even tell my family. And the only ones who knew I was taking the test were my housemates. And I didn't even tell them in advance. So, waiting for that result to come in and being able to accept, no matter what, I wasn't helpless. I wasn't alone. And I would have choices. So, it's weird when big medical stuff happens. And I did know that no matter what, afterwards I would talk to you all about it. I didn't want to do it before I had the results, but I wanted to make sure that I did, no matter which way it fell. And fortunately, it ended well. Well, I can't say it ended well because nothing really ends. It didn't end anything. It actually set a lot into motion. And being able to suddenly feel like I had greater choices, that I had more of a future to plan out than I was afraid that I would. I started thinking about time and what I would have time for. I mean, when you're waiting for stuff like that, and even after you get results, I mean, I was telling myself I was using my analytical left brain, being very logical about it, saying, okay, if the test goes this way, here's the stuff that I feel I will be able to, having observed that process twice with my mom and my sister. It's like, okay, I can gauge the pacing of how much I will have time for. Looking at, my finances and going, okay, if I want to do this. And yeah, I mean, I was kind of proud of myself for doing, for going into that place of, all right, we need to organize, we can deal with emotions later, but let's look at the organization pieces. And I'm not throwing away any of those organizational pieces now that I've gotten a clean bill of health, which means now I do feel I have more choices, and I feel like I was able to use that time, that waiting time, to create plans, on both ends. And in fact, the plans I created actually apply to both situations. That no matter what, there were some that would have been specific to getting a positive result, and others that now that I've the test, which is interesting, you say a positive result is not a good result, and a negative result is actually the better result. That was always something that, when I was young, I found confusing. It's like, well, what if it's positive? How can it be bad? And after being a doctor, it's like, yeah, positive is not positive, and negative is not negative. And now, since this isn't the first time that I've been through this, of the possibility, and the possibility being very real. And last time it advanced to actually needing a biopsy. And I was fine then. I'm fine now. And I feel like I'm more. I feel like this isn't something that I had to go through. It's something that I got to go through, because it brought a greater focus, a greater appreciation, and actually a greater sense of empowerment. So, and I know that, all everybody goes through their things, and and this is a space that, we can talk about that. What happens next? It's like, yes, this is the circumstance that I find myself in. Where do I go from here? What do I want? Why do I want it? And what do I need to do to achieve what I want? And, it is. And Kimmy Beans with the northbound end of a southbound unicorn. And it's raining beans. Hallelujah. So, and the thing is that these don't have to be, heavy, sad conversations. It can actually be very empowering. It can be that place of going through the grief, reaching acceptance, and going, okay, if this is what I have to work with, I'm not helpless. And these are the things that I want. And these are the reasonable things that I can expect, that I can achieve. And we're going from there. So, I mean, overall, at the end, kind of, well, the the finish line for any race is the starting line for the next race. And now that I've crossed this particular finish line in a way that the next race could have been one of two races. And the one I ended up with is the one that is filled with possibilities. I mean, I guess they both would have been filled with possibilities, but one would have had sort of more of a timeline attached to it. Now it's about, first off, realizing that my inclination to start taking better care of myself that I began early this year actually makes sense. It is something that, I can be more committed to it now. I was kind of, there were moments I would play kind of fast and loose with it. But now it is about making plans and putting things into place and getting something so I could grind flaxseed, because flaxseed is a very healthy thing. And looking at, you know, my desire to start weight training. The beginning of 2026, I will be hitting the ground running. And my time from now until the end of the year is really going to be about making concrete plans of, one, finding a place that I can afford. Now, a lot of this, because our contract negotiation thing, it's been a very active couple of months. And, we're still working on whether or not we're going to have an extended contract, that there may be a layoff in on January 1st. And if that happens, I'll figure out something with that. I'll figure out the contingency plan for that. And I'm determined that I'm going to start doing things that are going to promote what it is I want. And another 30 years. And being able to say, I've got a shot, how are you? I am actually better than I thought I would be. And and it's like, no more caramelized onion sauce. Asta, there is still, you're not off the hook for my caramelized onion sauce. And oh my goodness, Dr. Haiku comes in with the morning and the biddies. Thank you so much. Many, many hugs. Thank you. And as I said earlier, no matter which way it went, I knew I was going to talk to you all about it. I am just happy to be able to say, yes, my test came back. I am cancer free, and I have a whole life. I mean, other than an accident or something. Could this be an issue in the future? Yes, there's a very strong, thing about my family history that is a risk. And it's even an issue for my sons, because, when you have a family history like that, guys have to pay attention to that too. And so I had that talk with them, back when, many years ago, when I had to have a biopsy, and I talked to them about that they needed to check themselves as well. Healthier burger with less fat. Yes, yes. I mean, healthy burgers, but still caramelized onion sauce. I'm glad you're feeling okay at least. Yeah, it was such an interesting process that I wanted to make sure that this didn't become something like, oh, okay, bullet dodged, go back to doing what I did, because I don't want to. I want to be able to sit with this and to be able to realize how important life is for me, and to show my appreciation of it by doing everything I can to be able to live a happier, healthier life. No, I'm not going to just give up all of the things, I'm not giving up bacon. and being able to do things in moderation, to be able to go, okay, I don't need this much bacon, I can have this much bacon. And, to increase, my activity, to look at the diet changes I can make that are specific to women my age, because that was something I hadn't really thought about. It's like, oh, I'll go Mediterranean, or I'll do this, or I'll do that. But there are certain things that are specific to women my age. And being able to go, oh, okay, what are my nutritional needs for me that are tailored to me? And I may actually meet with a nutritionist and talk about that. Lean beef for the burgers, like only 20% or less fat. Yes, but I still want to make that amazing, that this dish, this thing, because that looks awesome. This needs to be in my life. That stew you mentioned. So, I'm not going to, you know, cut everything out of my life. And, it's not like I'm never going to eat cake again, or ice cream, or anything like that. Yes, it will become more the exception than the rule, that I will be paying attention to things like stress and the amount of sleep I get, and, how I manage those. Because stress and, what about bacon pancakes? Okay, I will still have those will still be in my life as a treat. I may have accidentally connected the dots regarding my health. I'm definitely with you. Yeah, and there is, this is pretty healthy. Yes, huggers. It's beef, onions, herbs, spice, and water. And the funny thing is, and I'm glad you brought that up, Asta, is that, when I was growing up, back in the 1960s, you could honestly not remotely say that the food we ate was healthy. There was like high levels of sodium, there was, you know, a lot of fat. Everything had butter in it. Everything had cheese in it. We had casseroles, and that were all filled with cheese, and there was bacon and sausage and all kinds of stuff. And the idea that generally people were healthier, there were lower obesity rates. But then again, wherever we wanted to go, we walked. So there was a lot more activity. Meals were eaten sitting down. And see, and that is also something that I want to be able to do, is sit down and eat, not eat while watching TV, and making certain changes in my life as to how I manage things. Like, no, I'm not going to cut fast food completely out of my diet. I actually eat it very rarely now. But being able to make a thing of having eating be something more than just shoving food into me while I watch television, or while I scroll TikTok, or while I check messages or emails, or talk on the phone. Being able to make a meal something similar to what it was when I grew up, which was, I mean, it was almost a ritual. And sitting down at a table and eating, and focusing on what I'm eating, and doing more cooking. I'm not the greatest cook. I mean, I'm a pretty good cook. I mean, I'm not Asta level cook at all, not even close. And being able to learn how to make healthy choices. And they've got those box meals that it's like IKEA. I think of it as IKEA food, where some assembly is required. And I've actually been thinking about doing that, because and I don't know why it's like the idea of 30 more years, which would make me 93. I mean, maybe 37 years and I'll make it even 100. I mean, I would love to make triple digits. And if I'm going to do that, I want it to be where I'm able to move around, I'm able to do things. I'm balanced of body, mind, and spirit, and being able to go, okay, I don't want to just live, I want to have a life. I want to be able to, in my mind, it's like all the things that, as I was waiting for the test results, all the things that I thought I had to take off of my list of things that I wanted to do. And now that it's like, okay, put them back on the list. And what else can I add to the list? Even little things. Let's see. Every third thought shall be my grave. William Shakespeare. Yes. Let us prepare our minds as if we come to the end of life. Let us postpone nothing. Let us balance life's books each day. The one who puts the finishing touches on their life each day is never short of time. Yep, and please put that over in inspiring thoughts. Disgusting jello spaghettios. I don't use a lot of salt because I do have high blood pressure. Still have nightmares of the jello. Yes. Asta, you have no idea how common that was. It was like, and okay, it doesn't taste bad. It's almost like, because of the spaghettios, and there's a lot of sugar in spaghettios. Most people just think about the sodium. No, there's a lot of sugar in it. So it was almost like a dessert because you had the sweetness of the jello and the sweetness in the spaghettios. And, the Vienna sausages were just like that little tiny bit of savory. But it was sort of a sweet and savory thing. I know the texture would be a nightmare for many. But, it tasted better than it looked. Let's see. I discovered that something I thought was just normal isn't normal. I see the world as if looking through a snowy, staticky tube TV. Yeah. Well, asked others about it. Nobody I know has that issue. I looked it up. I test. If you test positive for it, it's a symptom of a rare disorder. It is when, and it's like all of the little things that add up that sometimes we ignore. I have every single symptom. It explains my vertigo, migraines, etc. See, that is, I mean, I wish that the condition did not exist within you. And when something has a name, it allows us to manage it better, as opposed to, well, we don't know what this is. Uh, you want to live, not just exist. Ding, ding, ding. Madam Sarcasm, 100%. I just don't want to exist from day to day and wake up with no real reason to get up. I want every morning to have a reason to get up. Even if it's something that I don't want to deal with, it's still a reason. It's still something to challenge me. It's something to overcome. You know, no, don't. It can't be good. Well, I won't say it's good, but it's not as bad as it looks. Many days I only exist because of severe issue. Yeah. And yes, there are some days when the best we can do is just stay in the same place. When it's every ounce of fight in us just not to lose ground or to manage it. And that is so important because that is actually a good thing. If you have those days where, maybe you can't get out of bed, where maybe it is just the outside world is just too overwhelming that day, to be able to have the wisdom to go, you know what? There are days to take on the world. This isn't one of them. That's when we go inward. We go, okay, what do I need right now? Maybe I need to spend the whole day in bed under the blankets. Okay, we make that happen. Maybe it's a day that you don't want to talk to anybody. Then don't. Maybe it's a day to just spend the day eating popcorn or, toast with butter and some tea. Or maybe you have bacon or sausage. If that's that day, then embrace it, because it's still about taking care of yourself. You know, it actually gave me a sense of relief to see it has a name. Yes, I'm going to the eye doctors. It's treatable. That's the big thing. Yes. And it is, when we're managing. Exactly, as long as you stay put, you're not moving backwards. It's hard to have bipolar or CPTSD. For me, they make it worse because it makes it feel way more intense. Yes. I mean, and that is something that really most people will never be able to fully understand what that means unless they also deal with that. And even then, it will never be exactly the same for any two people. So, it is about, I mean, in some ways, it's pick your battles. And if there's a fight that is not looking like you're going to win it anyway, to fight is like, well, I feel miserable. I feel like I need to withdraw, but I'm going to force myself to go out in public. No, don't, please. Respect that part of yourself that goes, you know what? We need a timeout. We need to just protect ourselves. We need to do whatever it is that we can do to feel as safe as we can in that moment. And if that means blocking out the rest of the world, turning off the phone, going offline, you do that. You go with what helps you in that moment. And for me, going through the waiting for the results part, I needed to acknowledge all the things that I was afraid of. I needed to go into that place of the worst case scenario. And I knew there would be people who say, oh, don't even think about the worst case scenario because you're going to make it happen. No, because I do honestly believe the universe is smarter than that. Just because I think something doesn't mean it's automatically going to happen. Because whatever I'm thinking is one of the infinite number of possibilities that could happen. So I wanted to be able to be real in everything that I was feeling regarding that. All of the old feelings that came up about it, all of the old fears, all of the old anger. Because as I went through this, I tapped into some of the anger that I had a very long time ago that still needed attention. And this has been decades. And I didn't realize that I still had old anger from the past and my past experience with cancer. And it gave me a chance to really open myself up to that, to sit with it, to acknowledge it within myself, and to let myself fully experience it on a very private level. It's, let's see, uh, hubby says it has to suck hard to see like I do. It can. I've always seen this way. I just got curious for no reason. You know what? It's those little things that come from that higher part of ourselves, that part of us that's connected to everything, that this was the right time. It's like, okay, now is the time to do this. Now is the time for this awareness. Now is the time that all of the foundation for what we can do with this has been set. And this is the launch point. Let's see. I mean, I have both, so I get doubled up. Yes. Bipolar can go to the devil, says a very bipolar being. Yep, I have to go out walking the dog, but I will not respond to people outside. Good. Good. If you think about it, you can make plans to deal with it if needed. Yeah. And, because I know that the last time I went through this, and the few people who I told about needing the biopsy, it's like, well, just don't think about it, or just think positive and only tell yourself that, oh, everything's fine, everything's fine, everything's fine. But I knew everything wasn't always fine. I watched two women I love have it not be fine. And I felt it was important for me to be honest with myself. as to everything that I was feeling, everything that I was afraid of. And it was interesting going through those same fears that I did last time, and yet they were a little bit different. The last time it was, I ended up with a positive mammogram not long, just a couple of months after my 20-year marriage ended. And I mean, when you talk about like, really? Really? This is what I get now? So, but in a way, it was actually a very good thing because it helped me to process all of my emotions that I was having, especially anger. And I honestly thought I had worked through all the anger. I didn't realize that I hadn't. There was still some traces. And that, why is this happening now? What if I'm right? What if, that feeling I have is correct? Where do I go? What happens now? My life is over. And I didn't want to try to cheer myself up because I knew that if it did go into that other direction, I would need to focus on reality. And if you tell yourself everything's fine, everything's fine, everything's fine, and then it's not fine, there's that almost sense of betrayal. So being able to be honest with myself, you know, I linked an article on the concept of memento mori. It's a nice short read on the importance of remembering our mortality and giving a good IMO perspective on mortality. Nice. It's an inspiring thoughts. Let us look at that. Oh, this is cool. Dr. Haiku, I love this. Thank you so much for sharing this. And it, I mean, and it really is, because that's a discussion that a lot of people have a lot of issue with. And I'm absolutely not scared to die. When my time comes, it comes. It's one of the certain things of life. Yes. Yes. In my mind, it's like being afraid of something that is definitely going to happen at some point, and being able to process what that means and what that's about. And I think I went through that most when the last time that I had the cancer scare. And that idea of, I realized I wasn't afraid to go. I was afraid of those, of dealing with those I left behind, about the conversations that I would need to have, about, not being able to be there in that corporeal way in the future. And a part of that came up this time, where, it's like at that point, my sons were teenagers who were dealing with the loss of the family life that they knew. And I knew that had to be really hard for them. And I knew I didn't want them facing the idea of losing me without having it explained to them. I wanted to give them the option to deal with that. And, and having seen their aunt and their grandmother go through it, there was a part of me that didn't want to say anything, but I knew I had to, because they deserved the truth. They deserved my honesty. And this time, I told them, and they're grown men, they're mid heading into late 30s. And I wanted to make sure that I could give them all the information that I had. Had the test gone the other way, I would have had to explain it to them and talk to them and let them know it's like, okay, I've got plans. I've got, this is how I'm going to progress. But I didn't want them to know until I had information, because it was bad enough for me to be going through the fear of what could be. I didn't want anybody else going through it with me because I couldn't help them. So it is, had to see so and so. I post some game screenshots there. I've been waiting to show off. We will get to that, Fire Nutter. We will get to that, hun. Hey, Aline, it's been a long time. Rella, hi. Hope you and Chad are doing well. I am doing better. And each day, as I kind of process the experience I just had, which, just to let you know, that I had a concern and I went and had a mammogram. And it had been a very long time since I'd had one, and waiting for the result to come in, it was quite a time. It was difficult. And I made the choice not to say anything to anybody until after I knew. And I finally got a notification that the result was available on, like the patient portal website. And I kind of waited until I was really ready to look at the result. And fortunately, the result is the only time when negative is a good thing. And kind of dealing with what it is that because there was a part of me that had said in my mind it was going to be positive, that that's what was going to happen, that I would end up walking the same path as my mom and my sister, who both passed away. And it's kind of hard to, it's almost like trying to make a U-turn, on an aircraft carrier. You don't turn that ship very easily and very quickly. So in dealing with the emotion that I was having, the emotion that I was in, the fear that I had set in my mind, because there was a part of me that said, nope, this is happening, it's going to come back positive, and this is how we're going to deal with it. So seeing that I was going to be okay, and I don't know, maybe some of you have experienced that you get good news and you're still stressed. You get good news and it's almost like it doesn't feel real. And I had set my mind on being brave and being all of this, and even, going over the conversation I would have with all of you, the conversations I would have with my sons, the conversations I would have with the rest of my family. And when all of that, it's like, okay, we're switching horses midstream. Now we're thinking about what I want to do, what I want out of life. All the things that I'd been kind of wishy washy about regarding my health, how much more concrete that is now. And this was a big moment for me. This was a big thing for me. Why are things beeping? Let's see. Waves. Hello, Asta. How are you? Hey, Rella. I'm hanging in there. Just out of a depression. How are you? Did you happen to see my deer picture? Yes, I did. It was a lot like that. I was in the right place and time just when the snowy vision thing. Yes. When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. Yeah. Inspiring thoughts. When I started truck driving, the man who trained me told me that if I couldn't accept the fact that every time I left the house, there was a better than average chance I wouldn't come home, that I didn't belong in trucking. I took his words to heart and have made my peace with it. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is, because you never know what's happening in the world. You never know There's so many people who left their house that morning and never came home. And being able to claim the right to experience that however each one of us experiences it. To be able to say, it's like, okay, this is where I'm at. And I'm going to make the best of it that I can, knowing that it is impermanent. Everything is impermanent. And it's just a matter of figuring out. I remember my sister, she used to say that everybody is going to pass. She just had a timeline. And I mean, and technically we all have a timeline. We just don't know about it. We don't think about it. And this recent experience got me to think about it again. And not from the idea that whatever time I have left, it's about what I want to fit into the time I have left and not allowing myself excuses and not allowing myself to take it lightly. To me, it matters. And, you know, as I said before, I considered the possibility of not saying anything to anyone because also a part of it was that, I spent a big chunk of my life not telling people that what was going on with me because in my mind I believed they weren't really interested, that my job was to listen to them and that they really didn't care or want to focus on what was happening to me, that their needs were more important. And I spent probably about 40 years of my life with that thought. And it seemed to hold true. And there were people who I talked to that basically, if I tried to talk about myself, they would leave the conversation because I wasn't focusing on them. Or they would do their best to change the conversation to, oh, well, yeah, I want to talk about me. And I accepted that for the longest time. And it took me a long time, 20 years, to be able to go, you know what? I matter too. What I'm going through matters. And I am just as deserving of support and being listened to as anyone else. And I embraced that. And I feel that was one of the most important points of self-awareness. And I realized it wasn't even so much that other people did not value what I was going through. I didn't. Yes, they seem to always want to talk about themselves. And I stopped trying. I stopped talking about me. I stopped trusting that anybody cared. That anybody would consider what I was going through more important, or at least even as important as what they were going through. And I like the fact now that I'm willing to do that. That it may have taken me 20 years to be able to do. But being able to say, you know what? Something's going on with me. And feeling like I had every right to be comforted, to be listened to be supported in the way that I supported others. And I sincerely hope that it doesn't take y'all 40 years to figure that out and then another 20 to turn the boat around. We all deserve to be listened to. We all deserve to have people really hear what we're saying. We all deserve that point of where it's like, you know what? Okay, everybody hold on. This person needs support. And I really hope that, that you all keep that in mind. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to create a space where people could come in and talk about things that, was going on with them. And as I've mentioned before, it just took me a while to know that I had a place in that space as well. That this wasn't just about me doing what I did for 40 years. And when I realized that I was kind of doing that, that was when I decided, no, I need to stop. I need to be able to be in that space. I have a right to be in that space. I have a right to be heard. And here's a community and a group that are willing to listen and to just hear what's going on with me and to offer support and all of that. So, it really is. And then, when you think about the fact that, there is an old saying that tomorrow's never promised. And that's not a bad thing because it adds value to today. It adds value to, okay, I am going to do as much as I can to have the best life I can today. Because, there's a lot of folks going through a lot of things. And it's not about comparing. It's about realizing, you know what? One, my go-to mantra is it could always be worse. No matter what I'm going through. Even if the test had come out positive, it could always be worse. And the fact that it came out negative and I still have opportunity and time, it could always, I still tell myself, it could always be worse, and I know how it could have been worse. Which means that for me, that lets me know that I still have possibilities. I still have a life as random as it could be, but at this point, I don't have anything definite. And that's an important thing to remember. We have to honor those times when it sucks till it doesn't. And not hide from the pain and the fear of what could be. While at the same time realizing that that thing that we're afraid could be is only one of an infinite number of possible outcomes. It's not set in stone. Well, because of this, my future life will be that. I could say that, okay, this time it was negative, but next year it could be positive. And that I could end up, that could be the reason I leave this world. And there's nothing I can do about it. Which is true. There's nothing I can do about it. I cannot change genetic possibilities. I know that I will not let that particular possibility take over my life. I could be in a bus accident tomorrow and boom, all over. And I'm still going to go out and get in that bus anyway. I am still going to have my life because I know that's my choice. If I choose to live my life in a way where I'm totally focused on the fact that one day that test result is going to be positive, I can acknowledge that, but I don't have to live it. I do not have to live every day of my life as if that's the reality that I'm living today, which it's not. And sometimes we do have to acknowledge what we're afraid of and at the same time realize that that is only one possibility. I am afraid of one possibility. And if I start stacking possibilities on top of each other, I won't have any energy to live the moment that I can. That moment's going to be gone, and I will have spent it on something that didn't make me happy. Each moment that I would dwell on that takes away a moment of happiness. And that's all I've got left. And that's everything I've got left. Is remembering, for me, remembering it can always be worse. It could have been bad, but it wasn't. It could next year be a different result, but today it isn't. And and that can be a very big thing to have to acknowledge and to have to face, because there's a certain familiarity, there's a certain safety in giving up hope, because then if bad things happen, it's not as painful. Worrying about what could be. Everybody has to answer for themselves. Is the safety, the weird sense of safety that that provides, is it worth sacrificing this moment? Because I know when I do reach that point, I'm going to be looking back. And I hope that I will be able to look back and go, you know what? It wasn't always easy, but it was one hell of a ride. And I had the most fun that I could possibly have. And I know that there's going to be very sad things that are going to happen in the future. I know that there's possibilities that people I love will no longer be in this world. Been there, done that. And it doesn't make it easier. Practice at that doesn't make it easier. And to treat every single day as something that I can celebrate to the best of my ability that day. And if it's not a day that I feel like celebrating, if it's a day when I feel like pulling the blanket over my head and just staying in bed, then I will acknowledge that. I will embrace and, in a weird way, celebrate that. And, you know, this is not about fear. It's not about creating reasons to be afraid or reasons to feel bad. It's about having something light a fire inside of you, saying, you know what? I am going to be facing this for as long as I know that I'm going to be facing it, and it will not define who I am, and it will not determine my ability to find as much joy in my life as I can. And some days I can find more joy than others. And in some days I can't even find any joy. But that doesn't mean I can't tomorrow. It doesn't mean that I will give my ability to choose how much happiness I find between the time that I wake up in the morning and the time I go to bed that night. And to be able to create at least one memory of something, even if it goes wrong, if there's some sort of weird, silly humor in it. Yeah, I can hold on to that. Because there is stuff that it's like at the time it was like, oh my God, this is the worst. And then looking back over the years, it's like, it was weirdly funny in a way. Let's see. Body's been sick and weak, but overall we've been okay lately. I hope you'll feel better too, Asta. If I can do anything to cheer you up, please do let me know. I know we don't speak that much, but I'd love to be of help. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you for posting it here. It will be okay if you could post it in Discord too. Yes. Yes, Dr. Haiku is amazing at posting stuff in Discord. Hugs, 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 hugs. In the Netherlands, women above 40 get an invite to do a mammogram every year. Not sure it's mandatory. I mean, it really is an important, thing to be able to have as many resources. Can relate to that, Eileen. Been dealing with it ourselves, and I know how hard it is, Raleigh. Yeah. You always talk about the power of positive reinforcement. I'm surprised to hear you went the other way. Yes, and everybody welcome in. Jace Dunzee, my moderator, Supreme, the King of New York, the reigning monarch of Staten Island. I will hear no argument to the opposite. Who is my OB Jace Dunzobi in so many different things. And bus driving and pizza and Staten Island and, balsamic glaze. Not balsamic sauce, balsamic glaze. And the idea of, and it's about, and the power of positive reinforcement to me, it's not about telling yourself everything's fine when in your heart you know it's not, or you're afraid that it's not. To me, positive, the power of positive thought is, I don't care what happens, I'm going to be okay. And that's a process. That's not just something we say, because if we just say it and don't own it, that, it's not being authentic. It's not being in integrity. And I went through, okay, I'm scared. And I don't know what's going to happen. I'm afraid this could be the worst thing. And I had to sit with that fear. I had to own it. I had to tell fear inside of me, that part of me that was afraid. The same thing that I would tell if somebody came up to me and said, I'm scared. It's like, you have every reason to be. Fear is a sensible, reasonable thing to feel right now. And that part of us that's scared is okay. You're going to be okay because you're not alone. And whatever we collectively face, we face it together. And then I allow hope to speak up, saying, you know what? Even if it goes bad, there's still options. There's still choices. There's still the procedures and surgeries and chemo and all of that stuff. And we're healthy. Otherwise, we can do this. And to allow courage, because as we've confirmed, courage is not a lack of fear. It is the ability to still choose when you're afraid. And being able to, find that level of peace. Because to me, being positive is one, being very authentic and taking ownership and not allowing the circumstance to gain power over me. Because I know no matter what that test said, I was going to be okay. I was going to do my best. I was still going to make the most of each and every day. I was still going to grow as much as I could, and I would have as much choice and empower myself as much as I possibly could. And even if my choices became limited, I would still have choices, that I wasn't helpless. And to me, that's like at the heart of positivity, is acknowledging that you're not helpless, that you're very powerful, that you've overcome 100% of everything you've ever faced. And I think one of the most empowering things we can do is be very real, especially when we're scared, especially when we're angry. Sometimes our brain works in a way we don't want it to, and it's really hard to deal with, but I know Eileen will stay positive because she's strong. If not, we all will stay strong to make her strong. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. And yeah, there is a lot to being able to share in community, because then we can all be strong for each other. We can, sometimes we're the one who reaches a hand and pulls somebody else forward, and the other time we reach out our hand because we need someone else to pull us forward. And when you look at At my age, I've said before, I know for a fact I have more time behind me than ahead of me. And I'm not worried about that because I know I am going to fit as much as I can into whatever time I have left. And there are realities of, changes that happen in a body once you reach a certain age. And yes, I understand that some of those, at some point, one of those will be the reason I leave this life. But it's not today. It's not this moment. It is not, you know, an ending of anything. And I will ride that ride until I hit the bottom of the water slide. Some of that is part of the aging process. I think at certain points, all of us get reminders what we are mortal, that we are mortal, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Lord knows it happened to me several times. I'm only 40, but I like to think of it like I basically have a second life in front of me if I'm lucky. So I too worry that I won't fit everything I'd like into it. Yeah. And being able to, you know, go okay, to balance that, to go, I understand that there's only a certain set of time that I have. And that doesn't have to be scary or a reason for me to give up any tiny speck of the joy I can have in life now, just because I know at some point it's going to be time to check out. Red, hello, hello, hello. But if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, hopefully not, Doc is driving. I will do my best. I've come to terms with it. And all in all, I've lived a good life up to this point. Hi, Red. Hi, Dr. Haiku. Oh, my goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Oh, ladies, gentlemen, children of all ages. We have back in the chat, an old friend who I am absolutely delighted to see back. Snoring Bush. I strive to live a life where I didn't waste a single moment. Not a drop of blood, sweat, or tears was for nothing. Snoring Bush, please put that in inspiring thoughts. That's a good perspective to have. Yeah. And, it's interesting because there's a saying in Native tradition that they ended up using in Star Trek. They said the Klingons did this, but the phrase actually came from Native American tradition, which is, "It is a good day to die." And it's not that it's a depressing thing. It's that, I live my life with the peace knowing that any day, if it is my last day, it's a good day. It is a completion because I already know about it and I have lived my life in a way that I can be at peace with that, the inevitability of it. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. Spitting out the truth's going to be filling up the inspiring thoughts, because it's about the story you attach to something. Have you heard of the book or TV series Ptolemy Gray? TV series really good. It has Samuel Jackson. No, I haven't. What is that? Well-being is realized by small steps, but is truly no small thing. Yes, I am the king of Staten Island. Asta, I would adore if you came to Staten Island. I mean, I want to come see you one day, but oh my gosh, I would love to have you in Staten Island. It's not death that a man should fear, but never beginning to live. Inspiring thoughts. Oh my gosh. And Snoring Bush, how have you been? What is up? What's the buzz? Tell me what's a happening. Just kidding, just kidding. Jay can have that title. I linked another article about acceptance on fate. Yes, it's a good one that goes hand in hand with the first article. Awesome sauce. When we have a chance to be able to, in a gentle way. And this is something I've talked to, different people about, that, because I've had people say that it's hard for them to talk to their family about, what they would like, what their wishes would be. And I suggest, picking a time when everybody's kind of relaxed and all of that, introducing it and just having it be a conversation and having it be something. It's like, you know what? I would just want you to know this. Just pick one part of it. You don't have to unload the whole apple cart, but just, pick one thing. And, and you can even say, it's like, it's like, well, I would like this. What would you like? And some people get very uncomfortable with that conversation, but it's a good way to open it up because it's a conversation that's best had before it needs to be had. Because I don't want people to have to guess. I don't want anybody to have to guess what it is that I would like, what it is that, that would mean something to me. A way, and it's not even so much for me because, you kind of go beyond that, but in a way for my loved ones to feel that they're honoring me and honoring my wishes. And having been the one to have to make a lot of decisions on what I believe that person would have wanted, why not just say it? Why not just tell everybody? Okay, we're going to go to, we haven't been able to hit, let's catch up with the, let's catch up with stuff. Okay, we've got, so one pic of me driving a fan fiction ghost engine called Timothy as a Halloween event, and shows how big I got my axe on Shadow of Us RPG. I couldn't fund gaming screenshots, so I posted it here. Well, that's always nice. That's a very big axe, and that's a very creepy train. Also, I got this in a Pokemon game. Nice. Moltres X Inferno Dance. Ooh, flip 3 coins, take an amount of energy from your energy zone. See, all of these games are just fascinating to me, these card games. And we have Dougie. Mims, working on this as a mental health piece. Tulier, Adir, Hayose, Loki, Bahesh, Enris, and Laubi are all inside of me, and when I let them enter stories as a way to vent, they choose to be a part of an internal family with Tulier as their shared body. Even in stories, they're more comfortable remaining as they are in real life. They came up with the line on top together. They chose no clothes because they wanted to represent their quote as raw as they can. They also chose to show themselves as similar to me physically as they can. There's nothing really shown except their backsides. The lack of definition to anything else was a choice of theirs too. Okay, well, and we won't run it on the stream because Twitch gets weird about stuff. So, but anybody who wants to go into show and tell and take a look at that, I will take a look at it off stream. The progress of the toppers for my staff. Ooh, nice, nice. I love the iridescent colors. I think iridescent colors are very, very cool. And let's see. Where are Doc's office friends like mods only chat? Waiting room. Oh, here we go. A little help here. Inspiring thoughts. Yes. Let's see. And these articles are just wonderful because it gives additional information, and it is. Oh, I do not want to be catching a cold at this point. Definitely going to be turning on the humidifier and getting my neti pot out. I got those at the Dollar Tree. Just a lot of work. The world is a crazy place. Oh, snoring bush, fist bump, high five. It is absolutely a crazy place. I mean, and you can get, I love going and hanging out at the Dollar Tree. I love hanging out at the Dollar Tree and at thrift stores because everything has like a story to it. You know, you pick up something and it's like, it had a life. Ptolemy Gray, the story of a 91-year-old man with dementia who's given a chance to regain his memories through an experimental treatment, which he used to solve the mystery of his nephew's death and confront his past. There was a story called Flowers for Algernon, and it was from back in, hold on, it was a story it was a book that was made into a movie. Flowers for wait, spell it correct, boomers. Flowers for Algernon. Okay. It was let's see. When did it come out? Uh so Flowers for Algernon was about a published in 1966, and the movie Charlie was from 1968. So it was a story about this guy who, had, he didn't have memory and there were like some issues that were going on with him. And, oh, we'll display it. Flowers for Algernon. And it was this book and then this movie, which was called Charlie. And he had, like a brain issue that limited his capacity, limited his intellect, limited a lot. And he was a janitor. And so these doctors decided that, they had done this experiment on a mouse named Algernon. And, it increased Algernon's intellect and, made his brain much more effective. And so the guy, his name was Charlie, they did the same experiment on him, or they gave him the same treatment, and he ended up, his mind expanded and he was able to think and communicate and all this other stuff. It was a very interesting story, and in a way it almost reminds me of that. And I won't spoil the end, but I recommend it as an amazing, it's an amazing read, because you go on this journey as to, because there's a lot of pieces to this. There's the idea of, just because we can, does that mean we should? And, if you give somebody something, how does that change who they are? And, what is the capacity of, what does it mean to be human? What does it mean to be connected to the world around you? What does it mean to, is intelligence the same as wisdom? And it's a very touching story. The movie is called Charlie, and I highly recommend it. Let's see. I've been reading Meditations by Marcus Aurelius for the last couple of days. It's such a good book. Oh, that is so awesome. Let's see, $1.50 for some bees is actually a good deal considering bees get expensive. Oh my God, yes. You read the play. Oh my God, that was a good play. You know me, I can't turn down a movie with a mouse. The story is a tearjerker. It is. It gets very real. Don't forget, you have Spirit and the Mouse video game. I will be getting to that. Um, it's like this entire week has been such kind of a roller coaster ride, and dealing with waiting for the mammogram results and going through the fear and anger that I had related to that. And I really was surprised at how much anger I still carried, and experiencing everything and then waiting for the test result. And it was, I was in sort of a different space for a few days, and I'm still kind of processing things. I'm not totally 100% present with it. And as I'm a part of my process for kind of working through it is, okay, what do I want now? What is it that now that I'm not having to be concerned at this point? I mean, a mammogram next year could show something different. And in this point, in this space, I have time to figure out what I want and what is important to me. And looking at loss, because it brought back the loss of my mother and my sister in a way that was difficult. And it was, it was a very sad thing. Oh, now I understand. Came in late. Yeah. And that's okay. That's okay. You know, when we're faced with a situation where we get what we wanted, and I was steady praying, it's like, please, 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 which is the bargaining part of grief, you know, denial, anger, bargaining, where I was like, please just let this not be what I think it is. Please let this not be what I'm afraid it is. Please give me more time. And when I was given more time, then came the question, what do I want to do with it? Because, and I didn't talk to anybody about it. I didn't talk to anybody before I got the results, and I didn't want to. I mean, there was a part of me that wanted to, but I didn't consider it effective, because then it would have just been a whole bunch of us not knowing what was going to happen and worrying about what could be. And I was having enough, I had my hands full with dealing with that for myself. And, and I had mentioned that, when the portal, when the patient portal showed your results are here. And I had to take some time before I looked at them, because I needed to prepare myself for that no matter what I read, I was going to be all right. No matter what I read, I was not helpless. And no matter what I read, the outcome wasn't happening right now. And so, it really was a very interesting week for me. And now that I've decided that, all the things that I started subconsciously taking off my list of things that I wanted to accomplish in life, thinking, okay, I may need to stream down this list because I may not have time. And now that I know I do, it's like, okay, not only am I putting things back on the list, it's like, all right, let me really look at what I can do to increase my chances of being here another 37 years. And because I really would like to hit 100, but I want to hit 100 thriving. I mean, I know that at 100 there's going to be, some stuff, but I still want to have clarity. I want to be physically able to, get up and move around and do things, and travel and have the life that I want, to see the generations of my family, to live to see great grandchildren. And that was a tough thing. And I went through it alone for, well, for my own reasons. Mainly just so I could, because I process things better on my own first. So I can make my balance with it and have my peace with it before I involve other people. My drama class rebuilt the club. By the time Mr. Ray got there, there was nothing but some props left. I helped by getting sponsorships to help get the money for it. Nice. That's the first play we did in class. We ended up doing a really hard hitter called 12 Dreams. Ooh, I could be remembering the name wrong. And I was in a play called Greater Tuda. I remember Greater Tuda. That had to get edited for us to dumb down the racism riff in the play. Yeah, riff in the play. Mr. Ray passed the year I dropped out of high school. Wow. He gave that school 3 amazing years. The emotion I put into those plays did shape a lot of us. Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. It's like, okay, at some point, it's time to check out. For every single person, every living being is going to go through that at some point, whether it's ourselves or the people in our lives. That's a fact. It is, I mean, the when of it goes kind of up in the air. And, and it's so wonderful that, Mr. Ray was able to instill something in each student that he dealt with, and being able to have that as a legacy. And people talk about legacies a lot. What do you want to be remembered for? What is that footprint that you want to leave in this life that other people will be able to look at and go, "Oh yeah, that was a pretty cool person. They did a thing." And it's amazing how it doesn't take something huge to leave an amazing legacy. Maybe it just takes encouraging children, because it's not so much that they remember that you said something to them that was encouraging, that it planted a seed within themselves that they spread to other people. That ripple effect of kindness, of compassion, of empowerment. I got 12 Dreams correct. Yay! I don't remember that one. I do remember Greater Tuna. But, it's, and I don't think that it's, I don't believe that any of us should be afraid that we leave no legacy. Because every kind act that you have ever done, every time you held a door for someone, that was coming in the shop behind you, every time that you complimented someone at the moment they needed it most, that's a legacy. And it doesn't have to be something that can be carved into stone. And being able to appreciate every moment of the life that we have, even the hard moments, because it builds onto something later. I miss the heck out of Mr. Ray. He was the first teacher in that school to give me a chance to act. I have terrible stage fright. I had more fun as a tech. Yeah. To be able to see something in someone else that maybe they don't even see themselves. And, I consider my children and grandchildren my legacy. Yeah. And, and it's not that we don't make mistakes. And sometimes we teach through our mistakes. Sometimes a part of that legacy is someone going, okay, they made a choice. In this case, I want better. I want more. I want my sons to aspire to be more than I ever was. And that's really cool. I like that idea. You know, I wouldn't want anybody to aspire to be me. A lot to unpack there. I want people to aspire to be more, to be the best them that they can be, which is some I could never be the best you. And the best you is a pretty amazing being. The best you is someone that is changing the world, whether you realize it or not. And for me to be the best me I can be, means that a part of that is allowing other people to follow their own path, whether I agree with it or not, and that they have the confidence and the faith and the desire to move up into their own life, to claim their own, sense of self, their path, their way. On legacy, Alexander the Great and his mule driver both died at the same, and the same thing happened to both. It's one of Marcus Aurelius's most withering lines. The most powerful conqueror on earth was, Marcus implied, in the end, no better or no less mortal than the man who drove his baggage cart. I love that. I really do. He loved proving kids had it in them to do great things. The high school built a new auditorium. They almost named it after him until the music teacher got mad, since he was the one who always directing the musicals. You always got to watch when ego comes in. You always got to watch that. And whether or not it bears his name, it bears his spirit. Because people will walk into there, and anybody who knew him will feel that presence, will feel that legacy. So, having his name on it would have been really cool, but it already has his spirit. And that's actually more enduring, because people will come in, people like you will tell stories about him, and younger generations. He eats large peanut butter and jealous sandwiches. Yes. It's like, really, really, you need that. And and there are always people who need the accolade. And I actually feel kind of sorry for them, because if that's what they need to have that external validation, it means that they still need to work on internal validation. It sounds like Mr. Ray was someone who probably would have argued against the auditorium being named after him. I'm just saying that he probably would have said, "Oh, please don't," because he didn't need that. I mean, he probably would have wanted it named, you know, young actors auditorium, or to named for like maybe a famous actor or actress. Mr. Ray's funeral was in a theater. That man got sent with a whole stage production. Nice. And that is what means something. When the legacy carries on, when the appreciation for what that person appreciated, that's a part of it. And it's, and I know there's so many of you who have probably faced moments of mortality, who have faced that, maybe because of an illness or a near miss accident or whatever. And that idea that, I made a difference. My life had meaning. And, when I address people who come to me, it's like, well, I want to know what my life means. What is the meaning of my life? What meaning do you want it to have? I want to know what my life purpose is. Pick one. It's up to you. Your life has the meaning that you give it. And your life means so much. Because no matter how isolated we think we are, there is a ripple effect. There are people who know who we are. They know our name. They have an impression of us. Whether it's a great impression or not so great impression, it's still something that they know who we are. We buried the skull my classmate stole from another high school into his casket. Oh, from like a Hamlet type of thing. It's good to have pride, but it's important not to get a big ego. Lots of people don't separate the two things. Exactly. And, to me, in my mind, It's about, you can be proud of something you accomplish. And that's why I want people to talk about the things that they're proud of, that they accomplish here, because that's a very cool thing. And everybody should have a place where you can go in and say, you know what? I did a thing. And to be able to have people say, wow, you did do a thing. But when it's needed for an external validation, if we cannot just sit on the fact that we know that we did something amazing, that other people have to let us know they agree that it was amazing in order for us to feel it's amazing. That's a big thing. And it is a balance, because it's about that confidence, pride in what you've accomplished, and at the same time realizing that if no other person knew that you did it, you'd be proud of it anyway. It's, I remember story time. Back when I was in high school, I was on the badminton team and I was on the junior varsity team, and I wanted a spot on the varsity team. And I had a chance. It was a single match, and the young woman, I could tell she had challenges. Maybe, and her team was so encouraging for her. And she was out, and her coordination, and my coach told me that it's like, okay, all you have to do is beat her, and you'll get bumped up to varsity, which is what I wanted. And so we go out there, and and I was a pretty good player. And one of my benefits was that I could switch hands. I would play part of the game left-handed, because there was a certain way, like if you were playing somebody who was left-handed or right-handed, that determined things like your serve and all of that stuff. But I could switch, and I would switch, and the coach loved it when I did that. And I looked at this girl, and I saw, it's like she kind of looks at me, and she, sort of nodded. And, we shook hands, and, we went to our positions. And I realized that that win meant way more to her. I mean, it meant a lot to me, but it meant more to her. But I also knew that I couldn't just let her win. So it was tough. It was, we were only a couple of points apart. And she was pretty good. But I knew for a fact I was better. And there was something in me that said, don't. Don't take this away from her, because she needs it more than you do. And so on the last thing, I knew that I could have, you get those things where you like slam it down, and I knew she couldn't defend against it. I intentionally shifted my racket by an angle, and it went sideways, and it hit the net. And the look on her face, she just like, she dropped her badminton racket, and she started to run to her coach, but she stopped, and she turned around, and she came over, and she shook my hand. And I looked at her, and I said, it was a good match, but you were better. And she broke out into this big grin, and she ran over to her coach, and her whole team like lifted her up, and they were cheering for her. And I walked back to my side, and the coach looked at me, and I know that she knew what I had done. And I couldn't quite tell if she was disappointed or proud of me. She never brought it up again. And some of the people on the team, it's like, oh my God, look, she was using that special word, and you lost to her. And I spent the rest of the year on the junior varsity team. And I was okay with that. I was actually proud of myself. And I never told anybody. In fact, let's see. What is it? Hold on. Where was it? I had. I'm trying to think. I know I had a picture, a badminton picture of me, but where was it? I had a pic. Where is it? I'm trying to Oh, there I go. Yep, this was me. And in fact, this was taken during the game. This was taken during the game. And it was almost like I can see the moment I decided that I was going to let her win. That I would make her earn it, but I was going to let her win. And I've never questioned that decision. I never told anybody. And I didn't need to. Because by telling it, in my mind, I would have been taking something away from her. And on the off chance she ever heard about it, I did not want her to ever hear that she didn't win. And I would never want the joy that she experienced in that moment to get taken away from her. And I was glad. It was very fitting. They got Macbeth's props. Yeah. Can't have the doc go full Tanya Harding on anybody. Yes. And to me, that was a part of my legacy. Because we don't build legacy by doing a particular thing. We build a legacy by living a life. Any time that, you stood up for a classmate that was being picked on, or any time, as a kid that you did something nice for somebody, that is a part of our legacy, because legacy is lifetime. Legacy is, to me, is all of our interactions. And sometimes, a part of our legacy are those times when we weren't the best person we knew we could be. Those times that, we look back and regret an action or a word, because that regret makes us better. It makes us someone that it helped us become the person we wanted to be. By doing those little petty things, by saying those little petty things, by being not the person we wanted to be in that moment, that's something that helped us become who we are. We became better for the moments that we weren't our best. And I firmly believe the only reason I know better now is because I didn't know better then. So, being able to make a choice in a moment, to be able to let somebody else be that, have their moment in the sun, their moment in the spotlight. And as frustrated as I was, because there was a part of me, it's like, damn it, all I had to do was spike it once and I would have been varsity. But when I looked at the joy, and it wasn't just her whole team, because they were watching her and they supported her and they cheered for her, and the people on their side and in the gymnasium, it was almost like in a way they were cheering for me too. But nobody needed to know that. And sometimes, and we pay a price for compassion. Sometimes we pay a price for doing the right thing and it sucks. And we do the right thing and it's like, what is that saying? No good deed goes unpunished. Because sometimes that is true. You do the right thing. Show of hands for anybody who did the right thing and had it kick them right in the keister. But if you look back, you would have still done that thing because it was the right thing for you. That if you had done anything else, it wouldn't have felt as good. people do notice the good and bad more than we give credit for. Exactly. And sometimes we actively choose not to get something we want because there's a higher purpose at work, because we see the bigger picture. In that moment, I saw the picture of what this would mean to her. And and the fact that she dealt every day with challenges that I would never understand. I mean, yeah, I was still on the junior varsity team. I never did make varsity. I mean, I made varsity swimming, but I would do that again 1,000 times because, I mean, for me, it would have been nice. For her, it was the world. And in that moment, I wanted that for her. And not doing the good thing often eats at a person who failed to do it. Exactly. Exactly. You know, I would not have appreciated getting on varsity that way. It would have felt wrong to me. And and often, and sometimes people will even tell you, it's like, nope, you did the right thing. You did the right thing. Did I? Because it doesn't feel like that. And, and that's one of the things that, after 6 decades on the planet, that sometimes there really is no right thing. There's just the best I knew to do in that moment with the experiences and wisdom that I have. It may not have been a perfect solution, but it was the best that I could figure out in that moment. And sometimes that does come back and bite us in the butt. And sometimes, even if the outcome isn't something that we want, down the road, after a while, it turns out that it was actually what we needed. And, it is, because ultimately, we all, at the end of the day, have to be able to look at ourselves in the mirror. We have to be able to say, okay, this is my thing. This is my life. How do I want to live it? And Alex to the stars in the house. Hello, my dear. And this week, if nothing else, this week has taught me the importance, well, actually, the difference between living and having a life. Because, if the test results had come back differently, and if suddenly I was looking at less time than I thought that I had, I still would want to live my life from a place of, I'm not going to worry about getting everything I can while I can get it, knowing that my time is short. I still want to be able to smell the roses, to stop and smell the roses on the way. That whatever process that I was going to, I wasn't going to rush it. I wasn't going to bury myself before my time. And now suddenly being blessed with the knowledge that no, I still have more time. Or at least, not from that. my time is not limited by a health issue. It is about being able to see the value of that time. It's not just about having more time, because having more time to what? Being able to make the most of the time that you have, being able to take as much joy, to not ignore fear or anger or being upset, It's about deciding, is that really where I want to put my energy? If this were my last day, would I want to leave this life dwelling on that? And, and I know that one of the hardest things is, like I've had cases where I've been hurt by people, and all I want to do is see them you know, get their karma, which, there's nothing wrong with that. If somebody does something crappy and, they take a karma hit, I do not see it bad as going, yep, FAFO. The question is, do you need it? There were a lot of people who have hurt me, and people who I will never be okay with what they did. I have learned to forgive based on my definition that thinking of them will not inspire in me a feeling I don't want to feel. And there are a couple who I have not reached forgiveness with, and I don't know if I ever will, but that's okay. I will not give them the satisfaction or the power to know that they interfered with my ability to find joy in my life. That dwelling on their nonsense and their stupidity, that I will not let it take a single ounce of my joy away from me. And knowing that, the things they did that hurt me, that was not a reflection of my worth, that it was a direct reflection of how broken they are. And sometimes that's a hard thing to kind of wrap your head around, is that when someone does something hurtful, it's not a reflection of your value or your worth. It's a reflection of how broken they are. And that is something for them to work out and figure out. That I told you so, that thank you, that recognition for being the first or being better or being different. You want credit, you want gratitude, you want the acknowledgement for the good you've done, for the weight that you carry. Yeah. And sometimes, yes, being authentic means that you let people know what's going on with you. The line is crossed when the purpose of that is to get them to feel sorry for you, or that you need somebody else to say, wow, you're just going through so much and your life sucks, and that's so sad. If your life sucks, you know it. And having somebody else validate that, you don't need to have somebody else validate that. You know how much your life sucks, and you know how strong you are every single day for facing it. Yes, it does feel wonderful to have somebody go, you know what, I see you, and I'm proud of how you continue to show up in spite of all the things that are challenging you. That is different from having somebody throw you a pity party so you can feel worse about yourself and you can revel in feeling, all of the bad things. It's like, no, it's something you want to move forward with. What you want is what Marcus Aurelius has called the third thing, because you're not content enough with the doing. When you've done well and another has benefited by it, he writes, why, like a fool, do you look for a third thing on top of credit for the good deed or a favor in return? Sorry, long rant to say the goal is to stop wanting the third thing. Well, yeah, but that makes sense. I don't want to be pitied for my illnesses. I want somebody just to be encouraging. Exactly. Exactly. Because the thing is, in that, oh, you poor thing, oh, you poor thing, that takes away from our strength. As opposed to, you know what, I can see your struggle. And I'm really proud of you. You can do this. And more of us notice how hard you work than you might think. You know, we see you, but we know that you can do this, and we're right here for you. So, you know, it is one thing that encourages someone to stay in that place of wounding, of fear, of frustration, and oh, it's okay for you to stay there. Don't try to be more. Don't try to do better. Just sit there. You feel sorry for you. We feel sorry for you. But where does ultimately that help you get out of that space? I mean, for me, and when you grow up military, when you grow up by two parents who were both sergeants, it's like, there's a whole different level of, it's like, okay, it sucks. Pull yourself together. Come on, let's go. We got things to do. We got to make this better. This isn't going to get better if you don't make it better. Come on, wipe your eyes, wash your face. Let's get to it. So there was definitely a mindset of, yes, this sucks. Now fix it. We need to make plans. We need to create a plan. Make a plan to make it better. So that has always been kind of my mindset. And that is something I actually respond to. I never responded well to having, my victimhood kind of emphasized. It's like, okay, this is a thing. Life is fun till it isn't. It sucks till it doesn't. This is the sucks part. And while I may not know right now how I'm going to get through it, I know I will because I always have. It's just, I need to be able to grieve this, which is what I did while I was waiting for the mammogram results. I acknowledged to myself, I'm scared. I'm pissed off that I've been working this whole year to try to improve my health, and then this comes up. This is not fair. This is not right. I threw myself a little personal pity party. I acknowledged that I was angry about it. And then I moved into, okay, there's every possibility that it will come back, that I'm fine. What do I want to do with that? And there's every possibility that it will come back saying, I'm not so fine. What do I want to do with that? So I let myself go into the left brain. All right, we need a plan. We need a plan. We need a plan. What is going to be the protocol after I get either news? And the fact that I got good news just meant, all right, now I've got work to do. I'm not going to sit back and do nothing. I'm not going to, oh, well, that's it. That's fine. I'm going to go have me a donut. Which, I mean, one donut is not going to be an issue. And this has given me the ability to say, all right, I am going to make sure that whatever variables I need to control, I'm going to do it and create the most positive outcome I can. Can I control, random mutation of my cells? Not necessarily. There's always going to be variables in that I can't control. The variables I can control, such as paying attention to myself, my health, paying attention to myself, watching my stress levels, knowing that all of those can have an effect on my body's ability to do what it needs to do to take care of me. I am going to help my body as much as I can. Do I live every single day with the idea that at some point that test may come back with a result that I'm not wanting? Yes, that is always possible. And I will deal with it because I'm not alone. Because I have people who love me. Because I have people who will be there with me through this process. People who know this process, maybe on a personal level, that I am going to be all right. as all right as I can be. And I will still find joy in my life. I will still smile for the kids. I will still, play video games. The condition would not be all of me, it would be a part of me. And it certainly will not define me. What the future brings, I don't know. But I do know that I can face it because I've overcome 100% of everything that I've faced, and so have you. Let's see. Because the reason for doing the things we do simply because it was the thing we thought was the best to do for ourselves or others. Exactly. I want the hard things because life would really be boring if everything was easy. Ding, ding, ding. 100%. Hard things in life suck, but they're the spice in the recipe of life. Ooh, I like that. A bit of pain that makes the dish better. It is that, because when we overcome easy stuff, it's like, well, okay, we overcame something easy. But overcoming something challenging, when you look at yourself and you go, woo, that was crazy, but I overcame it. I was strong enough. I was stronger than I thought I could be. But that for sure doesn't make it easy. Yeah. And it takes a lot of pressure to make a diamond. And it is those challenging points in life that show us exactly how amazing we are. I'm so glad you're okay. Thank you, sweetheart. Me too. And at times, telling someone to feel better is like telling an angry person to calm down. Exactly. It just makes it worse. So sometimes we need to sit in it until we can accept it. Exactly. I mean, and the thing is, it's like if somebody who's upset and they're told, stop crying, don't be sad. Sad is probably the best thing that they can feel in that moment. And you have every right to go through being sad because there's something on the other side of it. You're not always going to be sad. You're not always going to be scared. And in that moment, it's trying to teach you something. It's making you more. It's making you better. It's making all of us more authentic when we can be real in what we feel. And that's why I always call grief getting real in every feeling. Because when you're going through something like that, when I was going through that unknown piece, the first time I noticed something enough to where it's like, I think I need to get a test taken. From that moment, I began a grief process. And you get real in everything you can possibly feel because there's no place for you to hide from it. And learning that hiding does not give you anything. It only prolongs the pain. It prolongs the fear when we hide from it. When we get out and it's like, all right, this is a thing. This is a thing. Here we are. This is happening. And I can deal with this. I can figure out a way. Fate leads the willing and drags along the reluctant. Yes, absolutely. Climbing a mountain was one of the hardest climbs I made, but the feeling at the top was worth the pain. 100%. Exactly. That's what we're talking about here. It's that idea, if we can focus, keep our eye on the prize, if we can focus on the part that's on the other side of the uncomfortable part, on the other side of the part where we want to give up, on the other side of the part where it's like, that's it, I've gone as far as I can. And then we pause, we take a breath, and we take one more step. And it's in that one step that we find the power that lies within us, that we find that we're stronger. And maybe you take one step and you wait there for 5 minutes. And then you take another step and you wait. And you take another step because each one of those steps are getting you to the top of the mountain. And then when you reach it, the main reason for getting to the top of that mountain is so you could see all the other mountains that you can climb. I mean, there is something about achieving something we didn't know that we could achieve. of opening ourselves to the idea that if somebody else can do it, so can we. We may not have as easy a time as they have, and maybe we have to adapt to what it is that our goal is, but that doesn't mean we can't make it. Maybe you can't make the dream of winning an Olympic medal, but that doesn't mean you can't be in competitions that don't give out medals. I'm going a little crazy right now. I have a doctor's appointment this week to evaluate my chances of getting Zephyr valves in my lungs. I mean, that is, it is. And to me, and thank you for sharing this, because to me, it's that waiting part that is the hardest. That's the most difficult. You're waiting for the appointment. You're waiting for the result. You're waiting for somebody else to make a decision that is going to change your life. Whatever happens to you has been waiting to happen since the beginning of time. The twining strands of fate wove both of them together, your own existence and the things that happened to you. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I'm excited for the possibility, but afraid insurance won't cover it. Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. And there is that financial piece. And, part of what I went through was thinking, like, okay, I've got medical, because the biggest fear for me as I was going through all of my list of fears was that, okay, let's say it comes back positive. I have to go into treatments. And then in January, I get laid off, which cancels out my medical insurance. I mean, when you think about all of those things that could be happening, it's rough. It is rough. It's like, okay. So for me, I will write down the stuff that I'm worried about. And I put it in a book or a binder or something. And it's like, okay, write that down, close the book. And I also use my God jar, which is like let's see, do I have, this is what I call my God jar. And basically anybody can have it. And what it is you get a container that you can't see through. And there's still some stuff in here. All these little papers were things that I was afraid of. All of these little papers that were in here was something that I felt powerless against. And so I would write it down and I put it in here. And the act of putting it in here and closing it up meant that I was giving it to my creator as I envisioned them. And once I did, it was like it's no longer in my hands. It's no longer for me to worry about. And there are a few of these that I wrote the same thing because I needed to write it more than once. But once it went in here, it was out of my hands. It was in the hands of a being that I trust. That I know that if I get an outcome that I don't want, that it's there for me, that ultimately it will serve me. And I trust in that. So I recommend everybody get a God jar. Because, and yes, some people may call it very silly and not very realistic. But there's something about surrendering, that's something that I can't control. And in my mind, going, okay, this needs bigger hands than me. I leave it to that. So, it is it's about figuring out what works. It's about figuring out the things that concern us. Is there something you can do about it right now? And for me, if the only thing I could do about it was write it down on a piece of paper and put it in my God jar or put it in my journal, that got it out of here and out here. Let's see. The fact that a year before I was trapped in my own body and now I'm lifting 45 pounds at the gym, nice, is indicative of that feeling that climb gave me being the feeling I get for climbing the hypothetical mountain. Yes. Yes, that's incredible. GG. And with the uncertainty surrounding health insurance right now, I'm also afraid that I'll get approved and then my employer will drop our insurance because it will be too expensive. You know what? These are all valid things to be concerned about. It's a part of the whole. And figuring out, and these are the type of things that I definitely would write down. And being able to, and to me, there's something about writing things out longhand as opposed to like typing it into a computer. I'm from the old school journaling or keeping a diary. And, having that to write out and then reading it, and it's like, okay, I take it, put it in, close the book, and say, okay, I'm not going to occupy myself with that thought. I'm going to choose another thought that I can occupy myself with. Something that makes me happy, like getting a solid diagnosis or something, and having a process, a procedure, a technique, a treatment there that can help. Think of the life you have lived until now as over, and as a dead man sees what's left as a bonus and live it according to nature. Love the hand that fate deals you and play it as your own for what could be more fitting. Nice. It is. We don't choose the hand we're dealt. But there's a Buddhist saying that once you have learned to love hell, you will forever be in heaven. So once you learn to accept and find balance with those difficult points in your life and not attach to them or create a story around them that either devalues you or creates distrust in the world, or, oh, well, nothing will ever work out. Once you can find that balance, it's like, and that was actually, where I started saying life is fun until it isn't, and it sucks until it doesn't. That's my version of that. Because no matter how much fun you're having, at some point it's going to suck. No matter how much it sucks, at some point you're going to have fun again. And we don't even spend all of our time at either of those extremes, but swinging around between the two. Yeah, things are scary right now for insurance. I don't know what I'd do without the VA. Even that is getting tested right now. Exactly. Yeah, that's what they're doing right now. The veterans benefits is unforgivable. 100%. I absolutely agree. And, and that is a process that's on the pendulum. And it seems that, there are times, over the years, it's like, horrible cutting, and then it swings back, and there's lots of spending, and then it swings back to horrible cutting. And yeah, when you think about all the people that are affected, all the people that feel helpless, that their fates, their support, their sense of safety is being affected by people who don't even know their name. That their lives are being affected by people who don't even know that they exist. I'm getting hungry as I get ready to go home from dog sitting. Ooh, what are we going to have? What is up? What is going to be the meal? Because and the funny thing is, it's like the other day I don't know if any of you have ever been through this. You're hungry, but you're not really hungry. But there's a particular thing you're hungry for, but you're not sure what it is. Okay, I went through this the other night. I was hungry, not hungry, and I wasn't hungry for anything. I was hungry for something in particular, but I wasn't sure what that particular thing was. I ended up getting brisket because I hadn't had brisket in a long time, and it was very good brisket. Getting comfortable with discomfort is a double-edged sword, though. It's important as a survival mechanism, but pulling yourself out of a bad mental state when you've grown accustomed to it is no small task. Exactly. And it is, to me, part of being comfortable with discomfort is part of it is accepting that discomfort is going to happen. It will always happen. and using that as, okay, I am uncomfortable or I'm experiencing discomfort. What can I do? I acknowledge that it exists, but I also know that there's stuff about it that I can change. And feeling, being comfortable and with helplessness, to me, that's about, when you have learned to love hell, when you have learned to accept that as a reality of life, things will suck sometimes. And also accepting the impermanence of it, that I'm only going to be uncomfortable during a particular event or experiencing, having an experience, to isolate the discomfort as an experience, and that experience is going to pass. And it will pass faster and more effectively if I interact with it. If I tap into that empowering piece of myself that says, all right, this sucks. We got work to do. We're going to fix this. I ain't going down like that. That's what I would tell. It's like, no, no, no. I ain't going down like that. I will not empower my discomfort by saying that I'm helpless in the face of it. It's like, you know what? Crap happens. No matter what happens, crap happens. And if I choose to sit in it, that's my choice. If I choose to take action against it, that's my choice. This situation has no power over me. And to me, that's that place of comfort, is realizing that situation has no power over you, that you do not give it. That we are never totally helpless in the face of something. And let's see. Yeah, exactly. Our bodies and minds aren't made to be in a constant state of chaos. Yeah, exactly. And there will automatically be a pull to order, and then back to chaos again. That's when you have to play 20 questions with yourself. Yeah. Salty, sweet, animal, mineral. I'm hungry and doing my meal planning for the next week. My grocery list is about $150 long right now. Yes, never meal plan when you're hungry. Probably veggies. I might make some bread. I stopped buying it at the store. The fact that it takes forever to get moldy has just made it really hard to want sandwiches. No knead bread has been a very fun and feels better in my bones after I metabolize. That is very cool, and it's really good to figure out what it is that you want and what it is you don't want. Never shop when hungry. Never wiser words will be spoken. Oh, fist bump, high five onto that. If I have to go and do something, or it's like, all right, even if it's like drinking a big glass of milk and then going shopping, at least that takes the edge off. 2+ months pasta free. Good for you. Luckily, I can't put in my grocery order until tomorrow. I'll come to my senses after I eat. Yes. Oh, sometimes life is just about giving ourselves time to come to our senses. Time for our left brain to catch up with our right brain. And sometimes it is about overriding the desire to do something right in the moment. It's like, well, I've got to do something. It's like, yes, but you don't have to do anything right now. You can take a moment, you can pause, you can say, okay, this is a thing. I am not going to react. I'm going to take my time, take a breath, take a minute, and look at what my options are, look at what I want. Ooh, it is so windy outside. And be able to choose an action based on thought, based on what we want to achieve, and not fall into that trap of it needs to happen now. It doesn't. You can take the time to go, all right, I want to figure out what is the outcome I really want, and what is required. Is it required, that I think about something for 9 minutes and then act in the last minute? Or do I step back and watch things play out because maybe I don't have all the information I need? I fell off the wagon for chips, but I only ate a few handfuls at a party. Portion control. Yes, that is good. So proud of you. I mean, because it's not so much about, oh, I had one chip, so I may as well eat an entire bag. No, it's about making an active choice. It is okay. There is no food that, is bad. I just have to decide in moderation what it is and how much. And to be able to go, oh, okay, yes, I can have, this many chips. And that's okay. And I can eat them slowly. I can, for me, and that was like chips and popcorn, because I had the worst time. It was like scooping a handful of it and eating a handful at a time. It's like, no, I would take one and I would chew it until it was all gone. And then I'd swallow it and I'd count to 3. Then I'd take another one, chew it until it was all gone, and then count to 3 and take another one. Because when you can do that slowly, gradually, first off, your body will, your system will recognize fullness a lot faster than if you're just grabbing handfuls. And I had a hard time recognizing when I was full, because fullness was never an indicator for me to eat. I could be full and I'd still want to eat because mentally I was seeking comfort. So I stopped calling it full and I called it content. It's like, I'd eat slowly and I'd sit back and I'd reach a point. It's like, you know what? I'm feeling content. I'm feeling very content right now. And then I'd know it was time to stop eating because I felt content. Let's see. Going for a short ride on my motorcycle before I get too busy for the day. Have a great day, all. Glad you're okay, Doc. Thank you, Dr. Haiku. And, thank you for bringing in the wisdom, and you go enjoy that motorcycle ride. Born to be wild. Yes. Get your motor running. Head out on the highway. Old song of the 60s, Born to be Wild. Amazing. Please enjoy the Loving Lurkers Lounge. Refreshments in the corner, and feel free to put your feet on the furniture. I'll be spending Thanksgiving on the road. Oh my God, that's it. We are like 2 weeks away from Thanksgiving. So I'm thinking cranberry turkey breast, but I don't know if I want to make something that big just for me. Well, the cool part is that you can make it and then it becomes like 3 or 4 meals. And it's like, the first night is the cranberry turkey breast. And then maybe the next night is turkey croquettes. Anybody who's never had a croquette, ask your grandparents about it. We had chicken croquettes, which basically was like a breaded sort of mash of it. Hold on, let's see. Turkey croquette. Turkey croquettes. Okay, so this was like vintage. Vintage. So basically, a croquette was any type of meat. You could have hamburger croquettes. You could have, chicken croquettes. So basically what it was you took breading, usually like cornmeal, and you'd make like a little ball of whether it was turkey, tuna, fish, meat, lamb, and then you fried it. And so this is what, it would end up on the inside. Croquettes was the ultimate, leftover food. It was either a casserole or it was croquettes. And this was something in the 60s and 70s that was a very big thing because we love our fried fruit, classic turkey croquettes, and you can even put gravy on them. But oh my gosh, this was the go-to meal, and you could mix rice in it. Basically, a croquette was a little fried ball of leftovers. Kit Kat Gaming, hi! Have fun and be careful. They didn't even give me the endorphins to eat the chips anymore. Yes. I finally got Cult of the Lamb. I'm obsessed. It is a very easy game to get obsessed about. But the problem is, if you have one chip, sometimes the taste buds be like, let's just have the bag anyhow. I mean, let's be real. Lay's potato chips be that way. Fist bump, high five. To me, the most addictive chip is the original classic Lay's potato chip. That, and even in their commercial, you can't eat just one. So yes, Fire Nutter, I 100% agree. And see, which is why if I get chips, if I get like a big bag, then I will divide it up into smaller bags and put those away. Or I buy the little snack bags. So, I keep them far away so I don't keep them anywhere near me. That means I have to get up and walk over to them. But yes, Lay's chips are very, very, very addictive. I do have some lasagna soup I made without noodles. Basically, everything it's stuffed with. Oh my God, that sounds amazing. That does sound amazing. Looks like fancy chicken nuggets. With turkey leftovers, I'm limited to what I can make in the truck. Yes. Ooh, salmon croquettes sound good. Oh my gosh, yes, salmon croquettes were very good. Especially with a good dip. Do you put ricotta in it? Nope. Oh, for the soup? Oh, yeah, hey, we need to know about lasagna soup. I have never heard of lasagna soup. I need to know more about this. I actually ate a handful of plain chips and noticed how greasy they feel on the palate now that I've taken a break. Kimmy, fist bump, high five. I went 30 days with no chips. And the first time I ate a chip, it was like, oh my God, did it taste like this the whole time? Because all I tasted was grease and salt. And it was old grease, old, like stale grease. Now, granted, once I started eating them again, I desensitized and I was eating them again. But to me, it's also the sensory, the kind of the feeling of it, the food feel. There's something so wonderful about biting into something fried and crunching it. I like things that are crunchy. I used cottage cheese this time because I couldn't afford the better stuff. Yeah, but cottage cheese is awesome. That is an awesome, way to handle that because actually they're very close together in my mind. Oh, that was so smart to use cottage cheese. But I mean, lasagna soup? Can I Google that? Hold on. Yeah, soup. I need to look at this. Okay, that's got pasta in it. So you're talking about the soup without the pasta. That is, I mean, because I'm trying to picture it without any of the noodles in it. That would be interesting. Oh, and I bet it would be so tasty because you got the meat, you got the cheese. It was my own choice to omit the noodles. Well, yeah, because you're doing that pasta resistance, and but yeah, to have the cheese, the tomatoes, the basil. I think that that would be an amazing idea. I think that would be like an amazing thing to eat. And oh my God, it would be so good on a cold day. That would be amazing on a cold day. It's so good. Oh, see, I think that would be awesome. That would be absolutely awesome. I love that. I love that idea. And and it's really great. And Kimmy, make sure you're putting the recipe over in the Discord. We've got a section for that, for food. I miss lasagna, so that's why I did it. Well, yeah. I mean, and if you take out the heaviness of the pasta, then you just get the flavors. I've got a recipe for it in my pins, but it calls for noodles. Well, maybe it can be done without the noodles. I think that that's an amazing idea. I love this. I love the idea. It's actually so refreshing. I bet. And I'll bet it doesn't weigh you down. Because sometimes it's like in things with pasta, I mean, and I love me some pasta, but sometimes it's almost like it takes away from the meal because, it's the pasta is the main thing that you eat. And, it's like an Italian tomato soup, not heavy. That sounds so good. I am intrigued by that. I want to see that in the Discord. I want to, you know, for food recipes to try. Yes. We need that in recipes because I'll put it later. I look forward to that because, and as I've worked on changing my relationship with food and the idea of, we used to call it the starch. You had to have the starch, which was, you couldn't have a meal without like something potato, something rice, something pasta. There had to be a starch that went with the food. And so the idea of just like, salad and meat, it felt incomplete. Or you had to have bread. I got to get these cukes processed into pickles. Yay! I bought 3 bags since they were on sale. Ooh, pickling! That was my mom's grow up. Meat, starch, vegetables. Exactly. And starch was the carb element, but we just called it. Oh, you got to have the starch. Got to have your starches. I mean, grits, oatmeal, um, cream of wheat. Oh my God, cream of wheat. Fist bump, high five if you've ever had cream of wheat. Cream of wheat to me was like sweet grits. Cream of wheat. I'm not giving up all starches, just the more processed ones. See, and that's good because you do need a little bit of starch. You need of the carbs. It's not really healthy to go completely zero carbs, which is why even on keto diets, they'll tell you it's like, okay, 22 grams or something like that. Let's see. I never tried grits until I was growing up. Now I love it. Oh my God. It was a staple in my house. And then it's like, I call them like, fancy grits was couscous. I thought couscous was fancy grits. But cream of wheat. Let's see. I mean, cream of wheat was very much like, as far as I was concerned, cream of wheat was basically grits that were sweet. What is that? I don't know what that is. Why? And then there was, oh my God, farima. I think it was called farima that we had, which was another sort of a cereal. Oh, farina. Yes, which was very much like a cream of wheat type of thing. Who are you? Why are you there? No. Farina cereal. So there was cream of wheat, and then it was like malto meal, farina. So, no, I don't want that. No, I don't want to buy it. Although I might get some farina. That was like, and maybe it was a different name for it. Farina was sort of like more on the grit side. A finely milled wheat cereal, often enjoyed as a hot breakfast option, known for its smooth texture and farina was, oh my gosh, back in the 60s. And it had this, anybody who has had it, it had this sort of weird texture. It was slightly, I mean, for lack of a better term, it was slightly slimy. I mean, not really, really slimy, but it wasn't the same as cream of wheat. Cream of wheat, is almost like grainy a little bit. But farina, that was just like, I mean, if you've ever had it, you know what I'm talking about. With us, it's cream of wheat and malto meal. Yes. I make mine sweet, but put a little pepper in it and tastes really good that way. Don't come at me, yes. Slimy, like overcooked oatmeal. It was weird. It had this like weird sort of a very smooth, almost a slick texture to it. I mean, and it was probably just the fact that, there was, when you cooked it and, it was all boiled down, there was like, it's sort of like if you take like chia seeds and you take chia seeds and you soak them and it almost has like gelatinous, that it's like a slightly gelatinous. And if you take chia seeds and soak them, and there's that, you can actually make almost a pudding out of it, which I picked up some chia seeds. I've got chia seeds, I've got flax seeds. We are going healthy. Chia seeds are a good substitute for eggs. Yes, exactly. And if you give them a soak and then you notice that sort of a gel, and you could actually make pudding out of the chia seeds, which I want to try. Chia seed pudding. So, yeah, it's like you could take the chia seeds and then it forms like sort of a natural pudding, almost like a tapioca. Whatever. But, you can throw fruit in it. The only thing I've ever done with chia seeds was apply them to a chia set. Yeah. Cha 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 chia. Cha 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 chia. And again, this is an acquired taste. It was, this is like something that not everybody is gonna like. I mean, drizzling a little bit of honey over it. But yeah, you soak it and it forms that sort of a gel, and then you can do stuff with it. In and of itself, it really doesn't have a taste. I mean, the seeds have like a very slight nuttiness to it, but the gel really, the only taste it gets is whatever you put with it. So if you put like cream in it, or if you put a little bit of honey with it, or if you mix fruit with it, that's what it has. But it's these are things, and chia seeds are considered to be like a superfood, very healthy. I and flaxseed, I mean, you don't eat the raw flaxseed because the shell is really too thick for your body to break through, and often it leaves your body the same way it came in, which is why I got like a grinder, like that you would usually use for coffee, but I'm going to use it for my flax seed, and you grind that into a powder, and then you can put the powder in anything and you get the nutritional value with it. But in looking at things are that are something that I can do with respect to my age, my what I want to achieve, and the fact that it is about being able to adapt an eating pattern, whatever diet you want to do, or whatever, eating pattern you want to have, whether it's keto or, more veggie or, whatever, making it something that you can live with, making it something that's at your level of, that you enjoy cooking, and making it something that's sustainable, because that's the whole thing. You can create the healthiest way of eating, but if you can't stick to it, it's not going to help. I throw them into vegan style ice cream, really frozen bananas and peanut butter, but I add dairy to thin it down and ruin the vegan aspect. Hey, it's not ruining it, it is enhancing. That's like, the Silicon Valley. It's like, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Oh, goodness. But that's actually a cool idea to, throw them into, ice cream, frozen bananas and peanut butter, but I add dairy to thin it down and ruin the vegan aspect. Hey, I mean, and it is about figuring out something that, one, tastes good to you, two, that gives you the health benefits that you want, that it supports the goal that you have, and being able to, and it's actually kind of fun exploring different types of foods. It's like, once I'm finished here, I have some pita bread, and I picked up some more kale. So I like, it's like pita bread, put a little bit of olive oil on it, put kale on it, and then put like fat-free mozzarella on top of that. And it makes a wonderful little pizza. Now I've got chicken, and I can take some of the chicken and I can chop up the chicken and put it on that. So it's a chicken pizza. So, it's really sort of, up to you as to what tastes you want to bring in. What do you enjoy? I had thought of cooking steak with apple juice for that hint of sweet apple flavor on the steak. Fire nutter. Mind blown. That would be very interesting to try. Because, I mean, it's basically a marinade, and because it's apple juice, it has an acidic nature, which is going to tenderize the meat. That would be interesting. Oh, that would be very interesting. Oh my God. I had never even thought about that. And now I'm thinking about it. Get myself some steak. Because, I mean, it would impart flavor. It would tenderize. That would be very interesting to try. And then if you do it with apple juice, what about other juices like pineapple juice? Oh, now that would probably do better on a pork chop. Cooking a pork chop with pineapple juice, and then it's kind of that Hawaiian type of flavor, the pineapple ham. But yeah, that would actually probably be a very cool idea of, the way to blend flavors, cuz I love different types of flavors in things. And while yes, I have a hard time getting away from something that's fried and crunchy, that I can still have. It's just, maybe I need to try like fries with an air fryer. So, but, there's lots of ways that, we can explore different, taste experiences. And that's one of the things I love the most about traveling. Whenever I travel, my favorite thing is to find something local, like, the local delicacies and especially if it's something that most tourists don't usually go for. I love trying those. I've got some round steak, to make beef stew with. It was over $7 on sale. Ouch. I mean, that is the cost of meat is just ridiculous. At meat, eggs. I mean, ground beef was, I mean, you could get a pound for like $1 something, and that was considered a lot. But that was what you ate when you couldn't afford anything else. And now it's like $10 for a pound of ground beef. I used to get it for $4 a pound of steak. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, $4 to $5 a pound was considered that was considered pricey. But, ground beef, ground turkey, ground chicken, because we didn't even have ground turkey or ground chicken when I was growing up. It was just, if it was ground, it was beef. You could get ground pork, and usually that's what you use to make a Scotch egg. But it is ridiculous how expensive food is now. I mean, it's funny because, if I go to a grocery store and I will find someone just staring angrily at a shelf and they're like, hey, you okay? And then they go off on how expensive everything is. And one lady, she was so funny. She just went off, and I just stood there and listened to her. And yeah, yep, I hear you. Yep. And after a few minutes, she just took a breath. She goes, "Okay, I can buy it now." And then she looked at me. She goes, "Thank you for letting me get that out of my system." No problem, no problem. I agree 100%. And it's right. I mean, here in the States, it is a very challenging thing going grocery shopping, because even places that used to be a lot less expensive are now, the prices going up, which is affecting a lot of families. That's like a very, where are you? Arby. Did I knock him over at some point that I didn't notice? Okay. There you go. You're supposed to be sitting up. Stay. So, anyway, it is. We went to the supply store for restaurants and got 10 pounds of 80/20 ground beef for $40. That was more than $15 more after inflation. Yeah. I mean, and it used to be places like the restaurant supply stores, that was the place. There was one back in California that I had to drive over an hour to get to. But you go in there and you could get stuff, and it was like, oh my gosh, this is a lot less expensive. Not anymore. So, I mean, and ultimately things will level off, or the pendulum will swing the other way and things will get less expensive. But for now, here in the United States, it is that's still cheaper than the current $5 a pound. Yeah. It is. And see, we didn't even there was no like lean ground beef. It was all 100%, whatever were the leftover bits that they made ground beef out of. We never had like lean ground beef. There was not a lower fat. I mean, it was full fat, and it was like half white and half red because there was so much of the fat in it. But that's what made the hamburgers so good. But, things change. And, while I look back and I think back to, in the olden days, I hope it does calm. I believe it will, because it's happened so many times before where, all of a sudden something will become ridiculously expensive, and then it never goes quite down to what it was, but then it kind of, it starts getting more sensible. But we didn't have like the very complex and complicated political type of stuff going on regarding, all of the other stuff. Because I'm grateful for SNAP, but this month scared the doo doo out of me. Yes, it really is. And it's hard to hear about cuts in programs that are helping people to survive. That this is about helping out folks who cannot eat regularly, them and their families. So, I do not have any issue with my tax dollars going to make sure that people can eat, which I when I was younger, I used to think it's like, well, you should be able, when you pay your taxes, you should be able to, because back in my day, everybody, you wrote out checks. There was no direct payment, there was nothing like that. You sat down, you pulled out your checkbook, you wrote out your check to the government, and you turned it in. But I always thought, wouldn't it be awesome if you could write on the check what you wanted your money to go to? I mean, hear me out on this. Let's say if, people wanted to write their check and have it go for, you know, cancer research, and it actually went there. Or if they wanted to write, you know, um, you know, food stamps, or, food support for the poor, and that's exactly what it went to. I would think that that would be I would be very interested to see where exactly the money would be distributed. And I would be very curious about that. The thought I might have to eat stuff that was possibly bad, people need to donate food that aren't expired. Yes. Food for food banks. Yes. I mean, I love the fact that there are food banks, and people need to be aware that it's like, okay, if this is so bad that you wouldn't eat it, you shouldn't have somebody else do it. If you've got a can that's all swollen and all of that stuff that shows that something bad is going on inside, that's not what you want to donate. And, it's, I remember there was this one food bank where none of the cans had labels, and they got donated from a food processing plant, but these were just things that ended up not getting labeled. So it was almost like you had no idea. It was like a surprise. You just grab a bunch of cans, and when you got home, you found out what was in them. That it is, hunger is a very real thing. And I feel very blessed that if I don't eat, it's because I choose it. It's not because there's no food there. And it just breaks my heart that, and that's the other thing, like with the buses, if children aren't getting to school, that breakfast and that lunch they get at school may be the only meals they have. And to me, that is a very scary thought. I get sick every time I eat something from the food bank that is past date. May as well just not eat. Yeah. May as well just go with it's like, well, I'm going to make some tea. Or, you keep that, the little broth packets. And especially now, usually at this time of the year, food banks get a lot of business and they get a lot of activity. And the fact that, they've got to make the most of what they get, because once the holidays are over, donations go way down. So, please consider, if you do donate to food banks, make sure that, it's like at times of the year that you don't get a lot of people who are donating. So, and your food bank can let you know then. They can say it's like, okay, in March, we don't get a lot in. April is usually pretty good because it's, Holy Week is during April. So that means that a lot of people will donate to their churches and things like that. Don't buy black olives if you know they gross you out. Then donate them to me, not knowing I would get them and they would go to waste, because I hate black olives. Okay, black olives always make me laugh, and I'll tell you why. Okay, growing up in like the mid to late 70s, there was a lot of, racial, you know, conflicts and things like that. And it was like, during the time that, when like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and the movie Roots came out and the book Roots came out, and there was a lot of awareness, a lot of, very intense feelings about racial disparity. And I had someone, I kid you not, it was a friend of mine, and I went to a black university. And this person was talking about, all the hidden racism and all the hidden, discrimination. And he looked at me and he said, why is it the black olives are in a can and the green olives get to be in a jar where they get to see everything? But no, the black olives get locked up. And I was thinking about that, and it's like, it's like, okay, that's kind of a stretch. But then I thought, it's like, why do black olives get put in a can? It, and why do the green olives get glass? See, when you listen to people for so long, after a while, it starts to get in your head. Capers are good for the pigs. Capers! Oh my God, I love capers with salmon. Oh, capers with salmon are the best. I absolutely love them. Olives in general are effing gross. Oh, now I do enjoy like a green, like the larger olives, the larger green olives with a wedge of garlic put into it. And when I was the first time I was pregnant, and I was like the queen of weird cravings, pimento olives, with the little red thing in it, pimento olives with mint chocolate chip ice cream. I don't know what it was about that combination. And yes, Asta, I know I've just grossed you out. But I wanted mint chocolate chip ice cream with pimento olives in it. And for some reason, that tasted so good. I don't know why. The point is, if you know you don't like eating something, don't assume others will be happy seeing it. I'm grateful, yes, but I get bummed knowing it's going right into the garbage. Well, not the first time you did. Okay, you win that one, Asta. I give you credit. That was a slam dunk. That was a slam dunk. Okay, Asta won. Oh, it came out of nowhere. Asta comes out swinging. Like my waffles and peanut butter. Oh my goodness. Waffles and peanut butter can be a beautiful thing. Especially if it's like, I used to make like waffles that were like the whole grain waffles, and then put almond butter and apple butter. Those were the best. You get like a whole grain. PB is a sin. So you don't want it on your hamburger with jelly. That was a thing. That was a thing that Jay talked me into trying, and actually it tasted really good. Hamburger with peanut butter and jelly. I know, I know. Caramelized onion sauce is the only way to eat a hamburger, but oh yeah. But no, I remember I used to make those whole grain waffles with almond butter and apple butter, and I'd put that on it, and my sons loved it. They would, oh my. And so I'd make a bunch of the waffles and I'd put them in the freezer. So then afterwards, I could just heat them up. Go clean your mouth with green soap. Doc. Whoop. I just knocked my nose ring out. No! Oh, I hate when I do that. See, that's the thing. You get a nose ring. And there's little things like blowing your nose. Oh, I thought I heard it hit the plate. No, no, my nose ring is gone. Maybe it's in the hair. I don't know. Ah! Nose ring! Okay. But that is why I keep a jar of nose rings. Let's see. Where is it? So I get another nose ring. Do it like this. Okay. Maybe this one. This one. Yes. Another nose ring. Having to blow your nose is probably one of the most tricky things when you have a nose ring. Go clean your mouth with green soap. Oh, you're going to make me do it with Irish Spring. Irish Spring was the worst soap to have to put in your mouth. If you said a curse word, you had to they put soap in your mouth. Irish Spring was the worst. I'll eat it if you won't. Matter of fact, I'm staring at the pickle. You ignore the restaurant. You gonna eat that? I do like pickled things. Oh, pickled cabbage, kimchi. Kimchi is the best. Doc needs a metal detector for her nose rings. Yes. I like pickles, only not on my burger. Ah. I have got a jar of cornichons, which, I mean, basically it's a fancy way of saying a gherkin. But, oh, I've got a jar of cornichons. I may have some. Ah. I mean, food to me is like, it's an adventure. Because, and especially when you have people who really know foods and flavors and, because flavor is, to me, that's the hardest part of cooking is how do you balance the flavor? Because to me, that's like, I mean, you know, balancing the flavor to me is the most impossible thing about cooking. Because I always either go too little or too much. And I mean, and I'm not the person to deal with spice because I will dump a bunch of spice in something and it's like, ah, and I'm like, no, this is good. This is good. I like dill pickles, not the nasty sweet ones. When I was pregnant, that was my other weird craving was I needed sweet pickles and strawberry yogurt. And it had to be like the little sweet pickles, and I would dip those in strawberry yogurt and eat it. Oh my God, my husband, he honestly believed I was having an alien baby or something because he said no normal person craves things like that. Which cravings for a woman who's pregnant is actually it has to do with the body feels a need for certain nutrients and it will acquire those nutrients in whatever combination happens. Sweet pickles are nasty to me. Yes. My burgers will be caramelized onion sauce. Yes. On the sauce, egg and jalapeno peppers. Then cheeseburger are on top of fried. Oh, Asta, that sounds so good. I mean, anytime an egg goes on a burger, I love it. I mean, I'm one of the ones that like, it's like egg yolk is the most amazing thing. I cannot think of almost any food that is not improved by mixing an egg yolk with it. But oh yeah. Egg on a burger. Oh, that's good. That's good. Fried charlottes. Oh, chop 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 chop. Fry it up. Ooh. And of course, bacon. On a brioche bun. Chef's kiss. That is a chef's kiss situation there. Might make tater salad. Ooh, speaking of eggs. See, and that's the thing. I know some people, it's like, oh, you don't put eggs in a potato salad. Of course you put eggs in a potato salad. Can't eat bacon. Ah, I think I'd rather have a sausage egg sandwich than a burger. You know what? And that was something else that it's like my oldest son was talking to me about that, and Jay had mentioned it. Having like, a sausage patty on an English muffin with peanut butter and jelly. That is actually really, really good. You can't put eggs. You misspelled raisins. Oh my gosh. La la la. Oh my god, because I can see Asta doing this. La 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 la. Oh, Asta, you are burning it up today. Oh my gosh. La 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 la. This is high five, Asta. Oh my god. You are being the comedy the comedy source today. That is oh, you have a dry humor that reminds me so much of my oldest son. He always has this like dry humor. Maple syrup sounds better than PB&J. You know what? I never liked maple syrup until I was an adult. To me, maple syrup had this weird taste to it, but I became an adult and I guess, my taste buds changed. Maple syrup is amazing. And I know, being born in Canada and not liking maple syrup, PB and jelly needs to go to Satan. Okay, come on, Asta, tell us how you really feel about it. Who thinks, gee, let me put these raisins in my egg salad and then take it to the barbecue? You know what? I would be fascinated by that. Raisins in an egg salad. That would be interesting. Or it's like raisins with deviled eggs. Deviled eggs are awesome. I love deviled eggs. And, but you got to have that right amount of like a little bit of mustard in it, a little bit of, raisins are also sent to Satan. Oh no! Asta is sending a package to Satan that will include raisins and peanut butter and jelly. Now, when I was growing up, we would take celery and you fill the celery with peanut butter and then you stuff it with raisins. And then you take like, the other half of the celery and you put it on top. And we used to eat that. That was fun. I mean, back in the day when we had to have fun foods, we had to have, like, foods had to have a tactile experience. The only salad I'd put raisin in is carrot salad. Carrot salad is a beautiful thing. They're only good in pastry. I don't want to know. La 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 la. Asti, you're making me choke. Sweet tamales with raisins is amazing. Oh, and rice pudding with raisins. Rice pudding with raisins and cinnamon, and you cook it with the cinnamon stick in it. Oh, that is some good stuff. That is some very good stuff. All to Satan. That would be such a crazy part of Cult of the Lamb. Where, as you're sacrificing, you throw in, like, food, raisins, and stuff like that. All to Satan. Try frittella, Italian donuts with ruma or rum-soaked raisins. Oh, my dad used to make rum balls, and he would make the rum balls, and then you'd start soaking it in rum. He would start soaking it at like, Thanksgiving, and then they would soak in the rum like until Christmas. Oh, I mean, just opening them up, you'd get a contact high just opening them up. Just to stir up chaos, I'm going to mention pineapples on pizza. Rum raisins are actually good for you, apparently. Oh, runs to Pinterest. Fratelli? Hold on. We need to Google that. I'm in Staten Island. There's got to be a thing for that. Okay. Oh my gosh, they're donut hole. They're like donut holes. Oh, I mean, this almost looks like a beignet. This almost looks like a beignet. Don't want a sofa. Oh, ooh, see, and there's the raisins. I could eat and powdered sugar. Oh, they look like. Okay, we're gonna Google that. Hold on. Hold on. We are going to Google that. Oh my gosh, they do! Dutch donuts. Oh my god, that looks so good. Again, you can never go wrong with powdered sugar. Ooh, I wonder what that is. Some sort of a cream? Like a sour cream? Maybe with blueberries or something? Oh, see, again, I could eat a stupid amount of these. Ooh. Oh my god, you make a tower. You make a tower with it. Now, and this looks just like a beignet. Okay, beignet. Hold on, hold on. Beignets. Beignets. See, these are beignets, which is basically just dough and you sprinkle. See, so okay, so we've got these, we've got beignets, we've got these, and we've got these. So, oh my god, cream filled. Oh god, cream filled. Let's see. Pineapple absolutely belongs. Exactly as planned with y'all feeding into that pineapple on pizza debate. Yes, absolutely belongs on pizza. I don't like them too fat. Ah, I never tell someone they are nasty for choosing such a chaos, but it's all yours. I'm good. We make apple, banana, pineapple beignets. What? Apple, banana, pineapple beignets. We need to Google that. I need to. Oh, I am coming to the Netherlands. No, we don't want that. We don't. Okay. How about we put the beignets? Okay, apple, pineapple. Okay, BEIGN. Oh, oh my gosh, that. Oh, that looks good. Now that was this. We used to make apple fritters. These were apple fritters. Oh, I don't care about beds. Which goes along with the idea that, especially like back in the 60s and 70s, pretty much anything that you could deep fry, you did. And still win regardless of me because I caused just enough chaos to get y'all to respond. Yes, does not belong on pizza. Oh, Jay is coming. LMAO Jay. What is wrong with you people? No, pineapple does not belong on pizza. Okay, apparently a frittata is a specific type of beignet. I can see if it's a dessert pizza, but a Hawaiian pizza is not even really from Hawaii. It's Canadian. I guess it makes sense for Doc now that I think about it. I knew sooner or later Jay was going to come into this discussion. What is wrong with you people? And on that note, we are going to call it a day. It has been quite a journey. You know, this has been, and if this last week has taught me anything, is to appreciate the moment, to appreciate everything about the world that I am blessed to be in, including appreciating all of you. And that no matter what happens, we're not helpless. Sometimes things work out really well and it opens up all new doorways and possibilities. Sometimes they get challenging, which opens up our ability to see how strong we are. And no matter what, please always remember that you are the only you in all the universe. You're the only you that's ever been and the only you that will ever be. And what that does is it makes you special, it makes you sacred, and most of all, it makes you necessary. Because as the only you in all of the universe wouldn't be the same or complete without you. I know, Asta. La 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 la. So, everyone have an amazing morning, afternoon, evening, or night. May you walk gently with the world. May the world walk gently with you. And as always, I wish you balance and I wish you blessings. From my heart to yours. So, have a good day. Learn something new. I'm proud of you. And I love you. And thank you for being there for me. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Exactly. Have a good day, Doc. A good day to you, too. I gotta love me string up. Best wishes. Best wishes to you, Captain Firebeard. Yes, I have a friend who's Sicilian. I tried Sicilian rice balls for the first time, and those are amazing. Zorbite pineapple. Take care. Everyone take care. You know, I'll see you when I see you. I was going to try to come home and do streaming, but a rock popped up, hit my windshield, so I had to stay there while they figured out what they wanted to do about it. Anyway, see you next time. Bye.
Emerald Queen, where the gamers unite.